Being 8:30, we're going to get started. So a couple of housekeeping items before we start. First is this is being live streamed on both YouTube on the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board Facebook page. This is also being broadcast on Wisconsin Eye, which is Wisconsin's version of C-SPAN. So just be mindful of that. The second thing is if everybody, what I'll be doing in terms of the procedure going here is I'll be calling you up one by one in the order that you're listed in the public notice. In the meantime, because we are streaming this and in order to preserve audio quality, if you could just mute yourself and then also turn off your camera until it's your turn. When it is your turn, turn your camera back on so we can see your face. I'm going to do a quick round of introductions and then talk about process both today and after today, and then we will jump right into it because we do have a lot of people to hear from and we want to hear from each of you. So my name is Ryan Nelsestra and I'm Governor Evers' Chief Legal Counsel and also Chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to do a quick round of introductions of the other Pardon Board members here. We have Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Assistant Deputy Secretary of the Wisconsin Department of Children and Families. We have Myrna Warrington, who does vocational rehabilitation as a tribal council member. We have Jeff Kremers, who is a retired judge from Milwaukee County. We have Jerry Hancock, who is a former state and county prosecutor and now director of the Prison Ministry Project. We have Noble Ray, who works on implicit bias training for law enforcement agencies and is the former chief of police for the city of Madison. And I think that is everybody we have from the board. And so what I will be doing today is I will be calling you one by one. When it is your time to speak, please, we're going to be having you, we sent you some questions ahead of time. Please be concise. And basically we want to hear your story. We want to hear how you ended up with a felony conviction. We want specifics. We don't want you to gloss over what your crime was. We want to hear from you in your own words, why it happened, how it happened, and what happened afterwards. And then we also want to hear why you believe you've earned a chance to receive a recommendation from this board for a pardon. After you've had a chance to speak, the board will have some questions for you, may or may not have some questions for you. And then once we're done hearing from everybody today, we will be meeting in closed session and for purposes of considering applications and making recommendations to Governor Evers. If you receive majority support from the members of the board, your application will be forwarded to Governor Evers for a final determination, and then he'll make a call on whether or not to pardon you. If you don't receive majority support from this board, or if Governor Evers rejects your application, you will be denied and you'll have an opportunity to reapply for a pardon in 18 months. And we're hoping that you'll find out about how this process plays out in about the next month or so, give or take. So sometimes it's a few weeks, sometimes it's a little bit longer. And so with that, I am going to be calling up our first pardon applicant, which is Timothy Tennant. So Timothy, looks like you have your camera on. So if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. And please proceed with sharing your story with us.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep, just fine.
Okay. Timothy Tennant. I was convicted of non-payment of child support. That's how I got a felony. I have no excuses. I was pretty young, didn't have my head screwed on right. I got arrested, went to jail, and I spent, I think, 6 months in jail. And then I was on probation for 5 years. Since then, I've just worked, paid off my child support, have contact with my children and my grandchildren now. And as far as why I want a pardon, I'd really like to pursue a career in like to help children out, as far as troubled youth is what I'd really want. Go to my notes here. I didn't have any issues whatsoever on when I was on probation or in jail. I was a trustee in jail. I don't really know what else I could say. I mean, that's pretty much why I want my pardon. And because it's kind of affected like jobs for me is the biggest thing. Right now I work for the city of Kimball. I drive a transit bus. But like I said, I really want to help youth. Troubled youth is why I want a pardon.
Thanks, Timothy. Do members of the board have questions for him? Jeff?
Good morning, Mr. Tennant. How many children did you fail to support?
It was actually 2. But at first, my son, his mother wasn't going for child support. She actually we didn't really get support for my son until he was probably 16 years old. And then, so 2, yes, is the right answer.
For how long did you fail to make any child support payments? Before they convicted you?
See, I got probably 2 years, maybe 3.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Mr. Tennant, you had a letter of support from the mother of KJT, but what's your relationship with JCL?
I have a decent relationship with him. We talk, but not a whole lot. He was living with me for, I don't know, probably 2 years maybe. And then the grass wasn't always greener on the other side for him, so he went back to live with his mother.
Do you have any other kids?
Yes, sir, I do. I have 3 daughters with my wife.
Okay. And how old are they?
I got an 18-year-old, a 17-year-old, and a 16-year-old.
Thank you.
Or I'm sorry, my oldest one with my wife is 19. She just graduated high school.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thank you, Mr. Tennant. Hope you have a good weekend. You'll be hearing from us in terms of the outcome of today's hearing and in the near future. Like I said, you should hear from us in about the next month or so in terms of the outcome of this process. You can stay on, but by all means, you feel free to log off as well.
I can just leave now?
Yep, you can.
Yes.
All right, thanks again, everybody.
Thank you. All right, our next applicant is Joseph Ellis. So Joseph, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself, you've seen how this works, so please proceed with sharing your story with us.
Did you mean Justin Ellis?
Sorry, Justin.
Good morning. My name is Justin Ellis. 27 years ago, I got arrested for delivery of THC, and I served 30 days in jail and had 2 years probation without having any problems during my probation, and have had, 27 years without having any involvement with the police or anything like that. So I work for Marshfield Clinic Medical Center. I work for a part of building services, and my main job for Marshfield Clinic is I am one of their carpenter remodelers. I started with them. It's been about a year, a little over a year and a half now. In November, it'll be 2 years. The reason why I'm looking for a pardon is, I maybe to go further in my job than I already have been, and to be able to, hunt with a rifle and take my grandchildren out to hunt and, try to get them involved with the outdoors. I don't know. I'm a little nervous, so.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Well, I'll open up to the board if they have
Okay.
questions for you. Any questions for Justin? Jerry?
Mr. Ellis, your application was a little unusual in we don't often get pictures of grandkids, and that was a nice touch.
I'm sorry. I mean, oh, thank you.
All right. Well, thanks for taking your time with us, Mr. Ellis. Hope you have a good weekend. And like I told the previous applicant, feel free to log off, but hope you have a good weekend.
Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
All right. Next up, we will be hearing from Dimitri Johnson. So Dimitri, there you are. Well, you've seen it twice now. So now's your opportunity to share your story with us. And we might have some questions or maybe not. So if you wouldn't mind just unmuting yourself. There
All right,
you
am
go.
I good now?
Yep,
Okay.
you're good. You're good.
My name is Dimitri Johnson. I got convicted in I think June of '97, party to a crime, theft and forgery. I left my parents' home, got a great job at a liquor distributor. Let too many people influence some of the wrong decisions. We loaded liquor on a truck, sold it, had stolen a credit card, used it. We got to court. And I could tell at that point I was out of my element. Everyone in the party had negotiated their way out of those charges because they knew other things. And at that time, the DA asked me, what did I know? And I said, I don't know anything. I just know what we did. I don't know anybody. I don't hang with those type of people. That's not the way I was raised. Since that point, I've been a mentor for a football team. I sponsored a youth team called the Milwaukee Bobcats. From that point, I've tried to stay in a lot of those children's lives. I have one of my cousins is on his way to Lambeau Field right now to play 7-on-7 game. I'm very, I guess, into making sure those young men stay on the right path. So I'm holding a football camp in the next week or so for the children that I used to mentor. The reason for this pardon, I don't want to say, I kind of feel selfish. I want to expand my businesses. I own a transportation company in Dane County, and I actually live in Waukesha County. At the end of the month, I'm moving the company there. I own a daycare center with my wife in Milwaukee. We're looking to expand that and open some adult family homes. My life has just consisted of helping. I love to see other people smile. I love to see children win. I don't know. I made a bad decision 20 odd years ago, and I've been paying for it ever since because sometimes I get denied contracts for some of the businesses that I help because of my background. The insurances that I use are afraid because of the background. I may use my vans to transport and theft or something of that nature. There was one instance, we moved into Whitefish Bay and I got denied a home that was $1,600 a month, and I could afford it. We could afford it. My wife was crying. And at that time I called the lady back and I said, listen, I can't disappoint my wife. I got to have this home. I'll pay you $2,000 a month in rent. We got the home, never had an issue. Came time to purchase the home. The lady promised us $250. She went up to $350. And one thing where I came from, where I lived, I never thought I earned or deserved some of the things I have. And I got approved to get a house that was a little under $500,000. And to this day, I still didn't believe it because from where I came from, that just wasn't our goals. That wasn't something we looked upon. And now I have 4 children. My 19-year-old got a full ride scholarship to Old Dominion. And then Old Dominion canceled wrestling and he ended up going to UNI. He won state here in 19 and 20. I have a 17-year-old just won state in dance for Sussex High School.
Wow.
I have an 11-year-old that next month we are on a plane for him to go practice with Daniel Cormier from the UFC. And I have a 10-year-old that is like, that's my everything. She's a great artist, a great drawer. And I don't know where she got it from because I can't even color inside the lines. And we have a dog. I never wanted a pet. I have a Beagle pug that is in my pocket worse than my wife. I buy that dog everything. So that's it in a nutshell. I own my own. I pay my own way. It's just hard sometimes when I get denied contracts. It's crazy to me because I can't get a job at McDonald's, but I can make 6 figures on my own, owning my own company. So I don't know. I'm a little nervous. I've been nervous ever since I got this letter. I logged on to 2 computers. One didn't have a camera, the other didn't have a speaker. So I was like, they're going to skip me.
I'm glad it worked out, Mr. Johnson, and it sounds like you have a very talented group of kids.
I don't know where they got it from because I got that from the basketball team. So I don't know.
It can skip generations sometimes.
Oh, it has then.
Do members of the board have any questions for Dimitri? Jeff?
Good morning, sir. You have
Good morning.
a very impressive background. The kids are impressive. I'm wondering what happened to the dog. He doesn't seem to have won any awards, but
I can't.
all kidding aside, I mean, it really was an impressive application, and your presentation this morning was very impressive as well. But I'm wondering, and this really is, maybe it's irrelevant, but you presented the story about the rent going up and the house price going up as though that were a function of your felony conviction. And I'm just kind of curious why you think that was the cause as opposed to your race.
Because I went to Whitefish Bay High School and I graduated in Whitefish Bay High School, and the actual lady that rented it, her husband was a police officer in Oregon, Oregon, Wisconsin. And she brought it up. She said, she brought it up. And then my cousin had used my name when he got pulled over. So it looked like I had a drug case as well. And I told her to please look it over. And he looked it over and he goes, no, that's not him. And this was a long time ago. Me being me, I just don't use I never look for my color as a crutch. And this is
I wasn't suggesting that. I was
okay.
I was just concerned about that as an issue. But so I'm glad that wasn't the issue, and very impressive. So thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks for speaking with us, Dimitri. And as you heard me say before, you'll hear from us in the near future, but hope you have a good weekend.
Wait, for Jeffrey, if he has any tips for me to learn how to get the dog to use the bathroom outside. She only goes on the pads. We are the only one in our little neighborhood whose dog will not go outside. So thank you very much.
Can't help you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
All right, our next applicant, we will be hearing from Andrew Schultz, or Andy. So if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself, you've seen how this works a couple of times, so please proceed with sharing your story with us.
Good morning. So in September of 2000, I was convicted of possession with intent to deliver THC. I was the friend who moved out on his own and had the place where everyone hung out. I made some bad choices then. I decided to try and supplement my income by selling to friends and people who I thought were my friends, that in the long run, you find out who your true friends are. I was sentenced. I served 6 months on electronic surveillance and 3 years on probation, which I completed without any issues. Since then, I went back to college, got my associate degree in 2008 in HVAC technology. I got married in 2010. I bought my first investment property in 2012. I had my twin girls that are 7 now in 2013. And in 2015, we bought our single family home. For the past 12 years, I've worked for Atlantic Residential. I worked my way up in the company, starting as an entry-level maintenance technician, and am now the maintenance director, which is a position that I proposed to the owners as a company started to grow and get more properties. I basically oversee our Chicago and Milwaukee markets, the maintenance side of things, and I'm currently helping set up all of our properties in a new territory down in Florida. Reason I'm looking to get this part in is now that my girls are in school, I had signed up to help chaperone and, want to do coaching for them. And I was denied. And they told me the reason is the background check failed. So I cannot go on field trips with them. I can't coach their basketball or teams. They're into dance. I'm not much of a dancer, so I'm not going to try and help coach their dance. But I'm not the person I was 21 years ago. In fact, this was something, even back then I was ashamed immediately when it happened. It was not the way I was raised. I never told my parents about it because I was so ashamed about it. It really, in court, I told the judge at that time that I never wanted to end up in that position again. And thankfully I was true to my word to the judge, and I've had no issues since. The other thing is, with all my companies that I work with, the last 12 years, like I said, I've been with Atlantic Residential, and I've helped get our communities involved in like Toys for Tots and food for families during the holiday seasons. We have set up the drives. We had them bring in bins and have the residents make donations for those two good causes.
Great, thanks, Andy. Do members of the board have questions for him? Jerry?
Mr. Schulk, you were ordered to do community service as part of your sentence, and you did it at St. Aloysius, your grade school, where
That's
you'd
correct.
gone. What was it like to do community service in your own grade school?
So it was kind of fulfilling to me. There was none of the teachers or anything from when I was there were still around. I kind of just helped out, and that's kind of where I actually started getting into some maintenance things. Is I just kind of helped like janitorial things around the school and around the church. So it was, and unfortunately now they just had their last mass earlier this year, and the school has been sold and the church has been sold.
Wow.
So that will be torn down after 100 years. So actually I just did my final with my daughters. We went to the final mass and walked the final walkthrough through the schools, and I showed them, the history of where I went to grade school and things that I did around the school to help out when I was doing my community service. I was there. I did it for like 6 months there with them.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, thanks, Andy. Appreciate you hearing from us, and hearing from you, and you'll hear from us in the near future.
All right. Thank you all for your time.
All right. Our next applicant is Portia Brown. But I do not see her, so we will jump ahead then to Kimberly Stevens, who it looks like we have by phone. So Kimberly, if you wouldn't mind unmuting your phone. All right. Can you hear us, Kimberly?
Hello.
Hi, Kimberly.
Hi.
So it's your turn now. So if you, as you may have just heard from the previous applicants, now is your opportunity to share your story with us. And because you're calling in by phone, when we get to the questions portion, I'll say, which pardon board member is asking the question, but please proceed.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, my name is Kimberly Stevens. Back in 2001, I was convicted of one count of manufactured delivered THC as party to a crime. A lot of that had to do with just the bad decisions I was making, not really having much of a father figure in my life, being more of a follower and just kind of doing whatever the boyfriend at the time I had wanted me to do. He was in jail and he told me ways that I could send him marijuana to him while he was in there. Come to find out somebody else had told him this just to try to get their charges reduced or whatnot. So that is how I ended up with that felony. Luckily, I was only granted, 10 days of jail, 3 years probation, which all I successfully completed without any issues or anything like that. Since then, I have 3 children. I got up my associate's degree in accounting back in 2012. In 2017, I completed my firefighter training, and I would like to, at some point in time, possibly go into looking to be a paramedic. I also have an interview coming up in August for a full-time firefighter in Madison, which a lot of my concern with all of that is because of my felony conviction and that it is a drug charge. And I would like the opportunity to at least have that possibly removed to further my career in helping others and just doing what I am really passionate about. I really do enjoy helping my community and the kids in the community. I used to work for the school district. Unfortunately, I had to step down from that because I needed a full-time position. And looking into working full-time through there, having to put down that I have a felony drug conviction, I believe definitely had an reason as to why I wasn't selected for certain positions with them and also within the county and other healthcare related fields. So at this time, I would just really like that opportunity to be able to further my career with that and be able to do more with my kids without having this hanging over my head.
Great. Thanks, Ms. Stevens. Do members of the board have any questions for her? It doesn't look like any questions for you, Kimberly. So good luck with the interview. Hope it goes well and hope you have a good weekend, and we'll let you know how the board's determination, the governor's determination in the near future.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thanks, Kimberly.
Bye.
All right. Our next applicant, Latanya Simmons. Simmons. So Ms. Simmons, if you wouldn't mind, you've seen how this works multiple times, and thanks for waiting patiently. So now's your opportunity. So please proceed.
Hi, I'm Latanya Simmons. I was convicted of public assistant welfare fraud like in 1992. I just want to give a little background of my story. I was a child in foster care. My mom struggled with addiction. I was a teen mom at 16 by somebody that was like 7 years my senior, who ended up marrying me to avoid, obviously, like statutory rape. So I was emancipated. I got out of that situation and began to work and receive aid. At that time, I felt like that was my only option. I came from a family that sold drugs or prostitution, all those type of things. So I didn't have a lot of resources or understand like the consequences behind what I would have done, what I was doing at that time. But that was what I did. Since then, I have received a bachelor's degree, my master's degree, started a doctorate program, and I have 4 children, 3 of which are college graduates. 2 of which are college graduates, 1 that's in college, and then I have a 6-year-old. I've become a therapist, and some of that has had to do with like a lot of the trauma that I experienced and just wanting to help the youth. The culture that I come from, I'm Mexican, African American, and both cultures are really big on like what goes on in our household stays in our household. And so I just wanted to continue to help youth and just change that narrative that counseling isn't good and just begin to work through our traumas and deal with things. But this was a mistake that I made years ago. And I've persevered, I've been resilient, I've had good jobs. But at the same time, I think this would be an accomplishment for me to just show that even after our bad decisions, there's still hope at the end. That we can learn from our mistakes, and it doesn't have to be, we don't have to continue the cycle. I'm proud to say that none of my children are teen parents. So that's my story. That's the long and short of my story. But this is why I'm seeking a pardon. It's been a long time coming. I'm 50. This happened when I was I started when I was 16 at the job, probably worked till I was 19, got caught. And, I've paid taxes. I've paid the restitution. I did 5 years probation. And even at the time, even if I would have probably fought that, I might not even be here today. But I don't regret this. When I say I don't regret it, I mean my journey has taught me a lot. So this experience, would I have done something different? Probably. But I've learned a lot through it, and I've been able to help a lot of people through this. So there you go.
Thanks, Ms. Simmons. Any questions for her? Jeff?
Good morning. First of all, congratulations on all your successes that you've achieved since this happened, and for the counseling you've been providing for at-risk children. I just have one question. How long did it take you to pay the restitution? Roughly.
About 7 years.
All right, thank you very much.
Jerry?
Yes.
Ms. Simmons, in your application, you say that at the time of the offense, you were raising your daughter and your brother.
Yep.
How are they doing?
So my daughter's fine. She worked for Milwaukee County. She works for Justice Point now, so she's doing well. My brother, on the other hand, is addicted to drugs. So
Well,
it's unfortunate.
I'm so sorry. But along with Judge Kremers, I admire you for all you've accomplished.
Thank you.
Any other questions for LaTanya? Well, thanks for sharing your story, LaTanya. I hope you have a very good weekend, and you'll be hearing from us in the next couple of weeks.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, and it looks like then I don't see Angela Tochi on, so it looks like Misty, it'll be your turn next. So if you wouldn't mind just unmuting yourself, you've seen how this works. So please proceed with sharing your story with us, and we may or may not have some questions for you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Misty Krieger. Back in, 1994 is when I was convicted of armed robbery and soliciting a minor to commit a felony. This happened obviously 27 years ago. I just turned 18. I was with someone that was obviously 18 and two 16-year-olds. The two 16-year-olds were on the run and needed money, and they decided to use my car, and I went with them obviously, and I was in my own cars in the passenger seat, and they proceeded to rob a bank. And so being 18 and they were 16, I got charged as an adult. And because they were minors, I also got charged with soliciting a minor to commit a felony. I got sentenced to 4.5 years, 6 years probation. I was locked up, I believe, almost 2 years. I got out. I worked in a factory, did some jobs. I ended up meeting my kid's father, which I do have 2 kids with him. I got pregnant. So unfortunately, I got all scared from horror stories and being locked up that, they take your kids away. So technically, I got revoked for not being at home. So I had to go back to court, and I got sentenced to the 2 years for the soliciting a minor to commit a felony charge, because it was, I believe, concurrent. So I went back, I did my 6 months, and I got out, and I've been did my probation parole. I successfully completed that with no problems or anything. I don't do drugs, I don't drink. And they actually did a story in the newspaper of me successfully completing probation and parole. So I was a success story to them. Upon that, I went and got my associate's degree in accounting. I worked various accounting jobs. Back in 2008, we got laid off. So I went back to school. I got my bachelor's degree in accounting. And then I went and got my master's degree in accounting, where then I was working at a moving company, doing invoicing, working with various international and national accounts. Then I became an accountant for an agriculture farm. I was always in charge of, the bank. I was in charge of credit cards. I was in charge of payroll. I was a payroll person. So I had the opportunity at one time to become an assistant controller, but because of my background, I'm not able to have that. It was disappointing. I had an opportunity to work for a CPA firm, but again, this is what's not helping. Anyway, so I've been a co-chef for EATS. It's education. It's basically a scholarship fundraiser through the UW system in Marathon County. So I was a co-chef and a chef there. So I would make various appetizers, desserts, whatever food. And it was a one night thing. They had a silent auction. I did that and helped out with that. And then I got my kids involved in that. So my kids did that. I was always in 4-H and helped in the 4-H. I helped at the fair, checking in applicants for their fair projects, helping display them and get that ready. I've also went back to church and I become confirmed in the Catholic Church. I was involved with them in various programs, trying to, read books and walk. And I wanted to help out other inmates and go there and teach, but I'm not able to because of my background. So ultimately, I'm seeking a pardon because, for one, I would really like to go get my CPA license. If not, try to go back to school to see if I can be a nurse because I really like the medical field. I love helping people. But also, if I have that opportunity again to help other inmates in a jail, I'd like that opportunity too. So that's why I'm seeking a pardon.
Thanks, Misty. Do members of the board have questions for her? Noble?
I do have one question. You stated earlier the underage young men that were involved in that earlier crime. You said, and I just want to just clarify, you said you let them use, or did you consent to them using your vehicle?
I consented to that they used my car.
Okay.
They had mentioned about wanting to go someplace and I was the only one that had a car. So I'm like, well, you can use my car. And I didn't want to be by myself. So then I end up going with them. And then the boyfriend I was with at that time drove the car while I was the passenger in my own car.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jeff?
Good morning, Ms. Krieger. And I may have misread it, but it looked like there was a gap after 2008 on your application from what you've been doing to support yourself. So if I misread it, sorry, but can you tell me what you've been doing since 2008?
So 2008 to about 2012, I want to say, that's when I was in school. I was laid off for 3 years. During the end of my completing of my master's degrees, when I was able to get a job at a moving company, I worked there for nearly 2 years. Then I was working at an agricultural farm. I worked there for nearly 2 years, and because then I ended up moving down to the Fremont area, and I was able to get a job in the Appleton area as a billing / payroll person at an automotive place. Since then, my boyfriend at the time, he was an IT controller, so I was able to stay home and take care of the house. So I've been gardening. I've made my own vegetable garden for the last 2 years. I've been involved in the church and taking care of the house and our pets. So the last 3.5 years now, I'm not working because I have been taking care of the house. So I've been a homemaker since then.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jerry?
In your application, you mentioned that you were afraid to stay alone, and that's why you went in the car with the boys, because you'd been raped 2 months prior.
Correct.
Just say what you want to about that, or say
So-
nothing about that.
No. So ever since I was like 8 years old, I've always had sexual abuse happen to me by my mom's ex-boyfriend, and it's been continually happening throughout my life, where I always had sexual problems with people, not wanting them. But that rape that happened a couple months ago, I was hanging out with a friend in town, and she had left me sitting at a Taco Bell at nighttime, and I needed a ride home, and I thought I knew them. I thought they're nice. I was naive. So I'm like, okay, yeah, give me a ride home. Well, unfortunately, things happened, and I did get raped. And I've been trying to get over it. I mean, sometimes I have PTSD with seeing certain cars, but for the most part, I've been okay. I tried to do the charges with the cops. I did just to go to the cops about it, but then I started freaking out because then they're like, well, you have to relive the whole thing if you go to court. And I didn't want to relive the whole experience. So I dropped the charges, unfortunately. So I dropped it, and that's where that was.
Well, I appreciate how difficult that was, but the insight was important. So thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Misty? Thanks. I know this isn't an easy process, and just normally and also doing it online isn't the easiest format for this. I really appreciate your time and your candor with us. It really does help us make a decision. I know it's been a difficult journey, but glad you made it to where you are today. And hope you have a good weekend, and you'll be hearing from us in the near future. So thanks a lot, Ms.
Thank you.
Kirby.
You too.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye.
All right, so it looks like now we had Portia Brown. Looks like you're able to join us. So Portia, if you wouldn't mind, unmuting and turning your camera on if you have a camera.
I do. Good morning.
Good morning. Glad you're able to make it. So I'll do a quick round of housekeeping just for the new people who were able to join us here. So Portia, and then also Angela, when it's your turn, you'll have a few minutes to share your story with us. The governor's office sent you some questions to answer. In short, we want to hear, what happened before you were convicted of felony, why you were convicted. We want specifics in terms of what your role was and why it happened. And then what's happened since then, and why you think you've earned a chance at a pardon, and why you want to be pardoned. After that, the board may or may not have some questions for you. And then we'll be making recommendations to the governor. If you receive majority support from the board, your application will get forwarded. If you don't receive majority support from the board members present, it'll be denied. And if you get denied, you'll have an opportunity to reapply in 18 months. So that's a lot of information, but Ms. Brown, if you want to just proceed with sharing your story with us, and then I'll open it up for the board.
Absolutely. My name is Portia Brown. I was convicted of criminal damage to property in 2003. And the specifics of the case is I had a boyfriend at the time that I caught in the hotel with another girl. I wrecked his car, busted the windows, scratched the paint, and just did really irresponsible things. And went to jail for that, actually. Of course, that's why I'm here. So that's the specifics of it. What I've done during that time, I also had another incident with him, which was for disorderly conduct, where we were outside kind of arguing. There's really no excuse for it, but just kind of young people situations that you got to get under control as an adult. But since then, obviously I'm a very different person from being 17 to almost 40. I have did life workshops. I have actually counseled other teens dealing with emotional trauma from abandonment issues with, with their father. One of the reasons that I'm seeking a pardon is recently I was up for a VP position that was, I was taken out of the running for because I was a convicted felon.
Ms. Brown, do members of the board have any questions? Jeff?
Hey, good morning, Ms. Brown.
Good morning.
Couple of questions. How did you know that your then boyfriend was at this hotel?
He told me.
So he told you that he was there with another girl?
He didn't say he was with another girl. He said he was at the hotel. And so I showed up at the time.
I see. And I note from your application that you have an associate, bachelor's, and a master's degree, and you're pursuing a doctorate degree.
I am.
In what field are those degrees?
Business.
So, so do you have an MBA?
I do. Yes, sir.
Okay. I think those are my questions. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions for Jerry?
Ms. Brown,
Yes, sir.
did you have a child with Shamir Lloyd?
Shamar, I did. Her name is
Yeah.
Shamaria. Yes,
Okay. And did you raise her?
I did.
And how's she doing?
She's very, very good. She's never been in trouble in her life. She's actually just one of the sweetest girls I know, but she's my child.
And did you also break out the windows of Shamir Lloyd's parents' house?
No, I did not. That was his house, but in his parents' name.
Okay. And when did that happen in relation to the car incident?
I want to say, and forgive me if I'm wrong, I want to say maybe maybe a year, like shortly after.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions? Thanks for meeting with us, Portia. Glad you're able to connect. You'll be hearing the board's determination. If your application goes to the governor, his determination, probably in the next month or so, give or take.
Okay.
We try to do it within a month or so to notify people, but sometimes it's faster, sometimes it takes a little bit longer. But appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Perfect. And thank you guys for hearing me. You guys as well.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
All right, our final applicant for the morning session, or the first session this morning, is Angela Tochi. So Angela, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself, and if you have a camera, turning the camera on. So you've seen how this works, Angela. So if you can please proceed with sharing your story with us.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to apologize for not getting on until now. I'm doing this during my lunch break at work. So what was going on before I was charged and ultimately pled guilty to, I was working 10-hour days, 5 days a week, working midnight shift. I had a very young baby at the time also. So he was a very colicky baby. So unfortunately I was sleeping when he did, which was only a couple of hours at a time. That being said, and I do not condone, please know that I do not condone what I did. I was charged and ultimately pled guilty to child abuse with intent to harm in 1998. I was sentenced to 3 years probation. The incident occurred. I was woken up after, again, only having a couple of hours sleep. My son was getting something Christopher was getting something out of the freezer. I questioned him about it and he lied to me, and I don't know what happened, but I landed up literally beating him to the point to where he had bruises all over his face. And that he went to school the next day, and then the police in Wanakee came to my house and ultimately arrested me. I was in jail for 24 to 48 hours. I can't remember exactly how long I was there for. I went to parenting classes after I was sentenced. I mean, just to kind of fill in the blanks a little bit, I have PTSD. I was sexually abused by 2 members of my immediate family and 1 member that was my godfather. And I suffered throughout my childhood also physical abuse by the hands of my mother. And again, I do not condone my actions whatsoever. Since that has happened, I do have a misdemeanor neglect charge for my youngest son. Both of my children I gave up. Christopher went to live with his father. And then my youngest son was given up for adoption at the age of 7. Since then, I took care of my stepmom for her last year of her life when she had cancer. I also volunteered to deliver and distribute food for the elderly and disabled. And then since then, I was on disability from 2004 until probably about 5 or 6 years ago. And then I got a job working with intellectually disabled people in the community in a home setting. I now work with individuals in a day program, psychiatric rehabilitation program for clients who suffer from severe mental illnesses. And that's pretty much, what you've asked.
Thanks, Angela. Do members of the board have questions for her? Jeff?
I'm going to try and do this as anonymously and as delicately as I can, Ms. Tochi, and I apologize for if this causes you any distress, and I note that it appears that Christopher is at least listening to this broadcast this morning. First of all, he sent in quite a strong letter of support that was very touching and supportive. So I appreciate that. Was Christopher the child, the victim here, did you have him as a result of sexual abuse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the way I thought I read your application, and I don't say that. I think it just gives a different or fuller picture of what you were dealing with. So I appreciate your willingness to share that with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? As Judge Kremers mentioned, Christopher, if you do want to say something, you're more than free to, but otherwise, your letter certainly speaks for itself.
May I throw in, I forgot to tell you guys why it is that I feel that I deserve the pardon.
Of course.
As my application stated, I believe I had just graduated from Wilmington University with a bachelor's in psychology. I am now in a master's program, about a year into a master's program for clinical mental health counseling. In about 8 months, I will need to start doing my practicum and internships. And ultimately, in the state of Maryland, where I currently live, it's very difficult with a felony, if not impossible, with a violence charge on my record to get licensed. And I'm my focus in my program right now is trauma and crisis. So that's the biggest thing. I want to be able to get a license for a licensed mental health counselor to help other men and women that have done and been through the same things that I have.
Thanks, Angela. That's helpful. Well, thank you for speaking with us. As I told one of the previous applicants, I know this is not an easy forum to discuss these types of things, but I do appreciate your candor with us. And you'll be hearing about the board's decision and the governor's decision here in the near future. Jeff?
You started to ask Christopher if he wanted to speak. I don't know if he does, but I don't know if we got a indication that he does or doesn't. And I just didn't want that to pass without him having that opportunity.
There we go.
So if you do want to share anything, feel free, Christopher. You don't have to, but now's your opportunity if you do.
Okay. I will add something to the statement that I gave you all. Pretty much the statement does speak for itself. I just want to do a face-to-face interpretation of it. Again, I agree with my mother that I don't condone, of course, the actions that she did. In hindsight, it's been 20 plus years. I see it every day. I'm sorry. It's not something she discusses. And she blames herself every single day. Back in the day, mental illness was really never something brought into the limelight. It has in the past decade or so. But I think she definitely deserves the pardon. Pardon my French, but she's literally worked her butt off to try to help those that have suffered the same things that she is still suffering today with. All right. Yeah, I can't.
Oh, thanks, Christopher. I know it's not an easy form, but that is helpful to hear from you directly. Noble?
Yeah, I just want to say I want to thank you both for having the courage to share your story. So I just wanted to just pass that on.
Thank you, sir.
So again, thank you, Angela. You'll be hearing from us in the next month or so in terms of the outcome of this process, but hope both you, Angela, and you, Christopher, have a good weekend.
Thank you. And I appreciate the board hearing my story. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we wrapped up here fairly quickly in terms of the morning session. So unless there's any objections, and we don't have anybody from the next session waiting. So unless there are any objections, I think we'll put things on pause and give people the next 25 minutes, and we'll reconvene at 9:55 and welcome in the next group of people. Does that sound acceptable to the board? All right, sounds good. Well, we'll reconvene then at 9:55. Thanks.
And kind of quiet, Ryan. You haven't had any new judges in Milwaukee for a while.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that changes here, but
Well, I hope it does. I mean,
all right. Just going to give another minute here. So for those of us joining us, welcome. My name is Ryan Elsister. I'm the governor's chief legal counsel and chair of the Pardon Advisory Board. I'm just going to make sure everybody's connected, and then we'll get started with a couple housekeeping items before jumping into our agenda. Okay, so I'll make sure Myrna's with us. There we go. All right. So again, welcome everybody. I'm going to do a quick round of introductions so you know who you're appearing in front of, and then we are going to jump right into things. How today will work is that each of you will have some time to appear before the Pardon Board. During that time, we ask that you answer the questions that the governor's office sent out to you. In short, we want to hear about your background and your story. We want to know how you ended up with a felony conviction. We want specifics on it. We don't want you just to gloss over it. We want to know what the crime was, why you committed it, and what happened afterwards because of committing that crime. We also want to know why you believe you've earned a chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers and why you want to be pardoned by Governor Evers. After you finish sharing your story, usually it takes applicants anywhere from 5, 6, 7 minutes. We'll be asking you a couple of questions. Unless your application is straightforward, then sometimes we don't have questions. After we're done interviewing applicants today, we will be meeting in closed session, and during that time, we will be making decisions on individual applications on whether to forward them to Governor Evers. Applicants who receive a majority support of the board members present will be forwarded to Governor Evers. Those that do not will be denied. And forwarded applications, then Governor Evers will make a final determination on whether to grant a pardon or not. And if he decides not to, those applications will also be denied. And if that does happen to you, you will be able to reapply for a pardon in 18 months from the date of the denial. And you should be hearing about the outcome of this process in about the next month or so, give or take. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer, sometimes it's faster. And so with that, I'm going to do a quick round of introductions, and then we will jump right to our first applicant. So in addition to myself on the board, we have Nadia Perez-Reyes, who's the Assistant Deputy Secretary of the Wisconsin Department of Children and Families and a former public defender. We have Myrna Warrington, who works in vocational rehabilitation and is also a tribal council member. We have Judge Jeff Kremers, who's a retired judge from Milwaukee County. And then we also have Noble Ray, who works in, does implicit bias training for law enforcement agencies and is the former chief of police for the city of Madison. And last but not least, we have Jerry Hancock, who is a former county and state prosecutor and now is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. And so with that, we will go to our first applicant for this second session we have this morning. And it looks like, let me see if we have them. Doesn't look like we have our first applicant. So we will go to our second applicant. Let me just pull this up here. So we'll go with you, Daniel Balderas. You're our second person. So, and since you're already on camera, if you could just unmute yourself, it'll be your opportunity to share your story with us. So once you unmute yourself, we can get started.
Ryan, I'm just going to interject very quickly. I'm going to recuse myself on this one. I know Mr. Balderas. Hi, Danny. So I am not going to weigh in on this one. We just wanted to put that on the record.
Nope. Thanks, Nadia.
Okay. Can you
There we
guys hear
go.
me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great.
So please proceed. The floor is yours to share your story with us, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Okay. Well, story myself, as far as my, conviction goes, it was back when I was 17 years old. Back then, I was going to high school in Oak Creek, and I grew up going to high school in Oak Creek. And back then, the kids that came from Milwaukee kind of stuck around each other. And as the years went on, a lot of the friends I had grown up with kind of went away, whether they kind of dropped out or went back to a Milwaukee school and stuff. And I think back then, living in Milwaukee on the south side, but then going to school in Oak Creek, I was kind of just didn't really have like trying to find myself like an identity. And I'd probably say one of the biggest influences which I think influences a lot of people, is music, and I got into listening to music, rap music, gangster rap that, talked about doing, illegal stuff. And then just kind of trying to find my place and fit in. I got, into the idea, started hanging around the wrong kids or the wrong people. Some of those friends that I was really close with since like the second grade, even though they didn't go to the school, I still hung around them outside of the school. And I remember like that day, like getting arrested and everything, like that was like the first time I had that. It was a small amount of marijuana bagged up into small portions. And I remember we were going to, and I wanted to fit in and still hang around and be cool or whatever. And we were going to, one of the guys I think were rapping into their studio. And I wanted to be the one that had the marijuana for sale. I honestly don't even think I smoked it myself, back then, or at all. And I, wanted to be the one that had the weed for sale and be cool and fit in and stuff. And, after getting arrested and going through all that process and stuff, it was like my first and last, like I touched that and then never went back to it ever, in my life. It was like if I had tried to ride a bike and, I smacked into a pole real hard, like I'm not getting back on that bike ever. You know what I mean? I don't ever want to try that again, And after that, I did my probation. I think I had a couple years of probation. I did fine. I remember my PO officer she was pregnant and then she left. And then there was another person who took her spot, and he was very I guess I was on the least of his concerns as far as all his parolees or whatever you called us back then. There wasn't a lot of concern for me. I saw him like every 6 months and paid my fee. And once the 2 years were up, I just went out my way. There was a little bit of some type of group therapy stuff I had to do, which I completed. I can't remember if I had any community service or anything. But I know whatever I had, part of my conviction, any fees or any probation time, I completed, well. And then after that, really, so that was like 17, I was like 18. And then it was tough as a kid to get a decent job before the conviction. And then after that, you can only imagine back then, the felony, it was really tough to find even a regular job, and I'm 18 now, so I gotta figure something out. I can't do, pick and save, bagger, or something. I needed like a career and stuff. And I would try so many places, and people I know, I just get shut down, So earlier, shortly after that, me and some family and stuff. We invested and we tried to do a clothing store on the south side of Milwaukee. And then while we're doing that, we were kind of struggling, breaking even and stuff. I ended up having my daughter at the age of 21. And at that time, I had a friend who did loans and mortgages and stuff. And he pushed me to, you should do real estate, become a realtor and stuff like that. And I had no idea what that was or anything. But I've always been like a kind of a self-employed, kind of ambitious person, want to open up a business and stuff. So I realized that was a career that didn't require years and years of education and tens of thousands of dollars of education. And there was no, I can be self-employed, and there's no real income, a cap on your income. And the other thing that was more important was that I was my own boss and made my own schedule. So when I had my daughter, I can be there for her as much as I need to and I want. And another reason I think I took that that route was, I come from a good family. I'm not going to sit here and say I had a broken home and I blame it on, growing up horrible. My father worked for Amoco Oil, which is now BP, for years delivering gas. And my mother went to school a lot. She was a big, important person in MPS. She worked with a lot of disability children and vice principal, and she's retired now. And I think I took a little bit of both of what I got from them to go the route I did. I didn't want to I saw her go to school all the time and be gone. I didn't want to do that. And I saw my father break his back for a company that got bought out and laid him off. So I was like, well, I don't want to do either of those things. And I took it, in the middle and try to become self-employed. And then in real estate, as you know, that was around 2007 or so that I got into it, which was a horrible time. And I had no idea what was going on. People were leaving the business and running from the business. So it took me a while to build up. It took me a long time to build it up and to be where I'm at. Had a lot of doors slammed in my face. Part of just because I was so young, part of, people would, CCAT me and bring up my felony to me. And, I'm like, I try to explain to them such and such. So it took me a while to kind of get to where I'm at, and as the years went by, my daughter, who's 16 now, we're very close. I have 2 more children and co-parent with them, no issues. I have my kids all the time. Sometimes I feel like too much. They're like with me Saturday to Wednesday, then Sunday to Wednesday. And then I have my son who has some behavioral issues. So I take him every other Wednesday extra, just one-on-one time. So I've kind of built my business and my career and try to do as much as I can with this conviction. And I've tried to really based around my kids, from my personal life to what career I chose, where I live, I kept them first and, what works best for them. And recently, which is another reason, another big reason I need the pardon is I had purchased the family that I would take my daycare to, the center, growing up, in my 20s, kind of stressed out with my kids, taking them there. I feel like I've come full circle, and they were willing to sell me their building, one of their buildings, because they're retiring. And I was blessed with the opportunity to purchase, which I did early in May. And my plan is to open up the business and have my daughter, who's 16 now, I don't know if she could work there as a volunteer, but when she turns 18, she can work and run it and just grow from there and try to build something for them to be established and make them work for stuff, but give them a lot more than I had, and definitely make sure they don't make the same mistakes I made. I know the pardon won't erase stuff, But if I can show that, if you try and you work hard and things can change, people can change. And, and I don't have, it's like something to accomplish. I'd be proud of it. I'm not proud of being a felon, except for the fact that, hey, you could be a felon and be successful and change your ways. But I'd be pretty proud to have a party, where I don't have a master's or a bachelor's or anything like that, and that'd be something I'd look at like, hey, 17, 18 years later, it's people can change, and it's been a tough road. I tried for the pardon years ago and was denied when it was the governor before Walker. And I tried expungement, but it wasn't possible because the law doesn't exist anymore. I don't know if it's coming back. So it was a really weird time for me when I was a kid. My parents weren't educated when it came to the law system, and they panicked and felt that I can get 5-7 years in jail. So they just agreed to take any plea, and I had no idea what was going on, and I wish I did, because I would have tried to for sure not have a felony. And it's weird that it's as I when I was young, I just got through the probation. It's like, let me move on with my life. And as I look back and did research, I'm like, well, what is this? Like, what was I convicted of? Marijuana tax stamp for a law that really made no sense. I know what it means, but it made no sense to exist back then because there wasn't marijuana isn't legalized to sell. So how would anybody break that law? Which I was pretty confused about. And like I said, I've tried expungement, and they said that you can't because it doesn't exist or something. And so I just figured, well, I'll go the pardon route, and and try to go from there. So yeah, that's basically where I'm at. I mean, right now I own property. I have my own real estate.
Daniel, I think we'll open up for questions.
Sure.
Just so we can be prompt with other applicants as well. So are there any questions from the board? You did a thorough job explaining. So, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we do have quite a few people get through, and your explanation and story were helpful. And like I said at the beginning, you'll be notified about the outcome of this process in about the next month or so, in terms of the board's determination, the governor's determination. But really appreciate you taking the time and effort to pursue this again, and hope you have a good weekend.
Okay, no questions?
I think you're good. That's it.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
You as well.
Bye-bye.
All right. And let me see if looks like we still do not have Danita. So we will then go on to, looks like we also don't have Audra. Looks like we'll then go to you, Stephen Harris. So if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on.
How do I turn the camera on?
Usually if you're on a computer or even on your phone, there's usually a little camera icon, usually in the lower left-hand corner you can press. But if you don't have your camera, that's fine. Well, as long as we can hear you, that's the most important thing. There we go. Oh, we almost had it.
Hold on. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, that's it?
Yep.
Okay. So you want me to just start off?
Yep. Yeah. I mean, basically we want to hear your story, be concise, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Oh, well, my name's Stephen Harris. Back in December 19th, 2006, I attended a basketball game locally. And it was a time where actually it was 2 months to the day, that day, October 19th, a close friend of mine had been murdered. His brother had been murdered, and it was a random act. And I just remember how fearful I was at the time. And I made the decision to carry a gun to the basketball game. And in hindsight, I honestly, I don't know what now that I'm older, I don't know what my plan was for that. I, I could say it was to protect myself. I can say all these cliche things, but at the end of the day, I could have went about it a bunch of different ways. But my outcome of it was I ended up getting 90 days I did 90 days in jail. I think I received a suspended sentence, and I ended up getting three years probation. Um, I ended up doing 2 years. I did all my cognitive thinking programs and different things. I had 2 cognitive thinking programs that were 13 weeks apiece. And I ended up doing those, and I ended up getting off early because I was in school throughout the whole time. I decided to enroll in school and go for human services. Uh, I made the decision I wanted to do some help with youth and different things like that. And after I got off probation, I ended up graduating from human services. I had a daughter. I had a daughter before I graduated. I mean, before I got off probation, and I ended up going to try to apply after graduation. I applied for a job within my field, and I didn't. I received a rejection. I just remember the CCAP thing came up and everything, and I just decided after that to go back to school, enroll back in school, and um, decided to become a barber. Um, this was under the tutelage of somebody that I had actually met um, while doing internship through my while I was in human services, and they told me that that was an option for me. So upon that, I ended up getting married, and I'm a father of 3 now, and I haven't been in any trouble since then. Since I've completed my probation and everything like that. And I don't I look back at that time and I understand that how especially with the climate of the world, and how, with the way gun laws, and um how irresponsible it was. Not only was it irresponsible, it was unsafe. I could have I could have caused lasting damage, and not only to myself but to others at the time. And I don't really I look at it I looked at it as, at first I used to look at it from a victim stance in a way. Um, but now I kind of look at it as, even though it was a hindrance, I understand it was a help, because it allowed me to examine myself, my decisions, who I was surrounding myself around, and who I was deciding to let impact my impressionable mind, at that time. And I think it kind of made me take a grasp on who I was and who I wanted to be, in the direction I wanted to go. But now that I'm a father, and there's been times where I've tried to attend events at my daughter's school, maybe go on a trip, be a be a I don't know the word exactly right now, but just go on a trip and ride the bus with her, and be and I wasn't approved in different times and different things like that. And I haven't ever really explained it to her. I just was like, daddy hasn't always made good decisions. And so I try to explain to her the importance of decisions and different things like that. But I kind of want to be able to show my children that in our race, sometimes, we fall and we make mistakes. Excuse me. We make mistakes and different things like that. But I just want to be able to be a checkpoint, be able to use it as a checkpoint where I can reference it to my children, and this is where dad has been. And I can show them that sometimes you don't want to veer off course, because sometimes some people I've known weren't able to get back on. And I've been blessed enough through family, friends, and God and different things like that to be able to get back on course, because there were a lot of people who helped me through that time period, because like I said, I wasn't taking responsibility for it at first. I thought, oh well, I was scared. I used my feelings to reconcile the situation, and that wasn't the right way to look at it. But now I just want to go back and properly make amends. I feel like I've done the work as far as self-improvement and different things like that. And it's not only for me. I want to be able to, there's things I want to do going forward, like possibly running for local office and different things like that. And getting further into education. I think I kind of want to come from behind the barber chair, and I kind of want to get into education, because I think that's the only thing that can kind of offset some of these things, that's going on in society and different stuff like that, for each one to teach one and different things like that. I don't want to be a person who's gained, because I've gained a lot of experience through my mistake, and that's something I can't replace, and I don't want to keep it to myself. And I haven't been keeping it to myself, but I feel like I can go further with the pardon and different things like that.
Thanks, Mr. Harris. Appreciate you sharing your story. I'm going to open up to the board to see if they have any questions. Jerry.
Mr. Harris, in your application, you mentioned some work you did with the gang crime diversion program. Can you talk a little bit about that?
That was the internship that I spoke about with the when I went to Human Services. I did my internship through the Gang Crime Diversion Task Force, and that was Maurice Horton and Damian Dolly. It was a program where the children were placed in it's kind of like a youth program, a youth cognitive thinking program, where they put the youth in the program, and we just try to rearrange their thought processes and try to get them out of the victim stance on things and different things like that. So we're just working with the youth. It was usually court appointed. The youth were sent there through court appointed, but there were also children whose parents deemed that they were veering off course, and they decided to place them in the program. But the work we did was it was a lot of hands-on, and it was just hands-on work where we just try to break down the thoughts that they're having, and debunk some of the things they deem to be success, or children have a way of looking at the end. They look at a result and not the process and different things like that. We just try to tell them that everything isn't what it seems, and there's other ways and proper ways of creating wealth and building longevity wise, as opposed to just a quick buck and quick fix and different things like that. Just trying to reel the kids back in, because at that age, they, like I spoke to earlier, we're impressionable, and I don't want the kids to end up, some kids don't get to come back. And so that was the work we did in that program. And I believe that program is about to get ready to start back up soon. I've always stayed in tune with them, and I think they're about to get more funding, and I want to be a part of that, getting to the schools. I wasn't able to get into the schools because of my record at first. So.
Do you ever see any of those kids you dealt with?
Yeah, I have, and I've seen some of them go on to become parents. I actually saw, now that I cut hair, I actually cut one of the boys. He has a couple sons. I cut his boy's hair the other day, he veered off course, but now that he's a parent, he's back on track and he's raising his boys, and he's able to we're able to use each other as reference points to now show the boys that, but sadly I've also seen some boys and some kids pass and different things like that, not be able to rectify. And I believe everybody, even like the saying is freedom isn't free. And I believe everybody deserves a second chance. And but I believe it's something that you have to work for. You have to work to make amends. You have to balance out those scales, so to speak, I believe. It saddens me that some of those boys weren't able to do that. And I just want to be able to prevent that. As I know we can't save the world, but I just want to be able to prevent that as much as I could humanly possibly do within my means. And I know my reach can be further if I'm able to receive a pardon and, as far as I'm reaching. But
Thank you very much.
all right, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Harris? Thanks for sharing your story with us, and you've had quite a journey, to say the least, and appreciate hearing about it. And you'll hear from us in the near future, but hope you and your family have a good weekend.
All right, thank you. You too.
All right, and it looks like, so we are going to be able to go back to some of the people we had to skip over. So it looks like Danita Green was able to join in. So Danita, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera and unmuting yourself, now is your opportunity to share your story with us.
Good morning. Sorry for being late. I was having problems with my computer and I forgot I had it on my phone. So where do you want me to begin?
Well, we just want to hear briefly from you in terms of a little bit of, we want to hear your story. So how did you end up with a felony? We want specifics about it, and then what happened afterwards and why you want a pardon today.
Okay, so let's go back because it's been like 23 years. So back in 1995, I got charged with, I have the paperwork, failure to report receipt of income and failure to food stamp fraud. Okay, so those are two things that I was charged, and it made me, I got a felony for that. What happened in the course of me doing this, and honestly, I didn't know it was, I had got a new job. I got a job, I started working, and I didn't report it. I was taken, at the time this happened, I had my sister, 2 boys, and my niece, and my 4 children. So I ended up with this. I didn't do any jail time for it. I did 3 years probation, and I completed my probation. I've never got in trouble since this happened. As far as the food stamp, I paid the money back. The food stamp, they had me pay something back. I paid it back. I can't even remember exactly how much. But I did the 3 years probation. I've never been in trouble out of the 23 years since this has happened. Over the course of the 23 years, I did have my 5th child while I was going through this. And I went to school. I obtained an associate's degree in business management. I maintained working at a wonderful company. I used to work at AT&T for the 11 years of the 22 years. And I went to work at Manpower. But while I was doing that, I raised my 5 children. I love kids. So my whole thing is I'm always around kids, and I love kids. And it seemed like every time I say I don't want to be bothered with kids. They always gravitate to me, but I have a thing for children. So I'm the youth outreach director at my church, where I just talk to the children. We do things like go on little outings, and if they have issues, you know, I'm the go-to person that they can talk to. So instead of doing something wrong or my mom is mean, I try to explain to them, we nobody have a perfect parent, So that's one of the things I do at with doing the outreach coordinator. I went back to school to obtain my human services degree. In the midst of that, I had some difficulty. My mom had 2 strokes, and I take care of her. And then during the time I went through a bad divorce. I went through depression, but through all of that, the reason why I'm asking for a pardon or I'm trying to seek one is it's holding me back from doing stuff like opening my daycare. I want to open something for the youth, because I live in Milwaukee, and I live in the 53206 area code. Let's say that, okay? And they don't have nothing positive for youth. And instead of them, I want to find them to help them figure out another way to do something than doing something negative, And I feel with the pardon, it just opened more doors for me where I'm able to do stuff. This has been hanging over my head for 23 years. And I really, I just want to get it so I can be able to open up my daycare, open up a group. I want to do a home health care for elderly. I just want to be able to help the community more. I feel that I have it in me, and with that, pardon is just stopping certain aspects to me getting to where I want to go. I think that's all I have.
Good. No, that was helpful. Do members of the board have questions for her? All right. Jerry?
Ms. Green, you have, it's a terrific application and a really inspiring story. The only thing that there was a note about an armed robbery that was dismissed last year.
Where? I don't have an armed robbery.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Sometimes we get misinformation, and I just wanted to be sure that this was misinformation. Okay, all right.
Yeah, oh no, not me. Honestly, I have not been in trouble. I may have got a parking ticket, but no.
No, we forgive parking tickets. This was just so strange. And I thought, how could this be? And I'm glad it can't be. So
no.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Green. Hope you have a good weekend, and you'll hear from us in about a month or so.
Okay. Thank you for listening to me. And you guys have a great weekend also.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right. And we will... Next looks like we have Audra Rivers is now with us, so we'll go to her. So Audra, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself.
Okay. Okay.
There we go.
You see me? Yay, I did it. All right, awesome. All right.
Well, you've seen how... Good morning. Well, you've seen how this works, so now's your opportunity to share your story with the board, and then we may or may not have some questions for you. So go ahead.
All right, awesome. Okay, my name is Audra Thompson Rivers. I had a felony from 1994 for drug conviction. It is called well, I sold to an undercover police officer. What had happened was I was a single mom working at McDonald's, and at that time I lived in 53208 zip code, and there was a lot of drug activity going on there, and the police were doing like a sweep or something back then. It was me and a young lady named Candy. We seen the young gentleman throw something, and she went and got whatever it was, and we decided to split it. I think I was like 20 at the time, I'm not sure. And so it was like 6 bags of crack cocaine. And she was a user, so I don't know what happened with hers, but I was not, and I didn't know how to get rid of it. I needed a little extra money. So I asked her if she knew somebody to have them come to my house and get it. And unfortunately, the person that came to the house and got it, or maybe it could be fortunately, that it was the police. I was very afraid. I'm scared to go to jail. So I hid away from the police for a while until I was able to have family to help me get a lawyer. And then they eventually came and got me at my new residence. I did, let's take a look here. I think I did, okay, here it is. I did 6 months in house correction, the HOC, which is CCC, where I had be able to come home for my children to do childcare. And then I had 1 month monitor bracelet, 25 hours community service. I had 2 years probation. And excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm outside, unfortunately. And oh no, this is not the time. I served all that with no problem. I have not gotten any other trouble. I went into the front of the board in February 2009 to try to get a pardon. I was miscommunicated on how to go about it, and they were telling me to, apply some force to it to try to get that. And I wrote a letter, pretty much like demanding the pardon, and that was the information that was provided to me was totally misinformed. So I was denied that. They said I did not show enough remorse. Now my life has changed. I've been doing wonderful. I recently got married. I bought a home. I'm in the health field. I've been in the health field for 12 years now. I also have my certificate, childhood 1 and 2, to open daycares. I'm also working with the Milwaukee Public Schools. I've been in the school district for 12 years. And the reason why I did a 20-year preserving project for the Next Door Foundation in 2009, when the recession was real bad and people were going homeless and stuff. So by me doing that, I had an opportunity to write the president, and I got a letter back concerning the homeless. The reason that I want this pardon is because it puts a standstill on your life, it seems to me. When I applied for the job for Milwaukee Center for Independence, I was approved of the job with the qualifications, but the clients had to know of my background status. So they had to send out that letter to let everyone know that I was a felony. And after a while, it becomes a little bit embarrassing. And I was really ashamed to tell people that I had this felony on me. So I want to go ahead and continue my life and do wonderful things, Like I said, again, I'm married. I have a wonderful husband, and my life is going good. I just want to be able to progress, do more. You know, I want to go maybe into an RN or oh, and I also got a promotion at the job at Milwaukee Public School. So now I am a manager of my own kitchen at Green Tree. And for me to pursue that even further, even though Human Resource does have that information of a felony on there, I don't want my colleagues or my coworkers to really know. It's kind of, you know, so I've been hiding that, you know, from family and friends, and I'm ready to move on. I'm ready for greater things now, you know, and I'm hoping that you guys give me this opportunity, you know.
Well,
So
thanks, Audra. That's helpful, and congratulations on all these recent milestones.
thank you, thank you. I'm actually out here in Kansas City on vacation, and I totally forgot that I was going to have this meeting, but I was so happy and excited that I had to do my own little, you know, to get everything into par so that I have something to present to you guys. I am so honored. Thank you.
Do members of the board have questions for Ms. Rivers? Well, enjoy the rest of your vacation, Ms. Rivers. Hope you enjoy Kansas City and get some good barbecue. And you'll hear from us in about
All
the next
right,
month
I
or so.
did. It's awesome out here. Yes.
Yeah, good, good. Well, have a
Thank
good
you so
weekend.
much. You guys have a wonderful day.
Take care.
Awesome. Thanks. Thank you. Bye.
All right.
Okay, how do I do this? Close it?
Yep. Oops. There we go. All right. Next up, we'll hear from Michael Purser. So Michael, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. There you go. You've seen this a couple of times now. So Michael, go ahead and share your story with us, and then we'll open up for questions.
Okay, thank you. Well, as you all know, my name is Michael Purser, and back in early 2000s, I think it was 2003 and 2004 was when I was actually convicted of a substantial battery party to a crime. I was sentenced to 4 months in the local jail with work release privileges, and then served out a 3-year probation and had to pay back, I believe it was $6,000, $7,000 in restitution. What happened was I was about 20 years old, went to my family's wedding, being young and dumb. I was drinking with some friends, and there's just seems my family unfortunately has a history of people getting too drunk. So I had a lot of people it was my uncle's wedding. They were drinking too much. His friends were drinking too much, and unfortunately a fight broke out. And there was a few people involved in the fight. A guy came after me. I felt like I was protecting myself. Unfortunately, it wasn't seen that way, and I take responsibility. I should have just kind of left the situation and not even involved myself. So I ended up getting into this altercation at the wedding. And like as I said, it ended up being a felony, and unfortunately the biggest mistake of my life. Since then, I completed everything successfully. I was actually the sentencing. I was granted the ability to, if I paid off the restitution early, to enter. I was in the process of joining the Army at that time, and I had where the Army was going to waive my sentencing or my crime because the way it looked to them, it didn't match up to how they would look at it. I believe, I can't remember exactly how the recruiter was. Could be the recruiter just telling me things, but unfortunately, I didn't come up with the restitution in time, and then they closed my waiver down because they had a lot. I think it was shortly after they had a spike in enrolling people into the military. But during the process, I actually helped my friend get into the military, get a higher rank by doing, I can't remember what it was, doing like a fitness test I ran in the middle of winter with him just so he could get a higher ranking, and actually locked my legs up. So he ended up doing better than I did. But like I said, it was the worst day of my life. Since then, I've actually went back to school. It was basically a restart of my life. I completed a 2-year degree at UW Fond du Lac. I then also went back and completed a 4-year degree at UW Green Bay. Went to an IT school where basically trying to shift my my position where I was going in my career. I also got married, ended up having two beautiful daughters, still married with my wife. Since I lost the opportunity to go into the military, I shifted my direction to becoming a volunteer firefighter for the local, I don't know if you guys know where Burnett is in Wisconsin. I was a volunteer firefighter for Burnett for many years. Wanted to move back into EMT training. Unfortunately, it's a lot of the training centers won't allow felons in, and I'm hoping that a pardon would possibly give me a chance to kind of get into that, to go back and continue on. I've then I'm nervous. Since then, I've actually switched and moved down to Florida, where they're very conservative, and unfortunately, my felony was a stopgap on a lot of things. I found more than actually in Wisconsin, where if I wanted to even continue being a firefighter, since I relocated down there, they require me to be EMT or paramedic trained. Unfortunately, I run into that spot where I can't continue that because I have a felony, and I'm hoping the pardon opens up that. I've also been involved with many small groups. We actually host a small group through our church, and I've done a couple mission trips when I was in Wisconsin into the inner city Milwaukee from our local church. I would run the audio video from the church as well for the worship portion of the service. Why I'm hoping to get a pardon is I feel it opens up some doors. I've had many jobs where I was the manager was willing to hire me until it got back to HR. They'd run the background check and they'd see the felony, and most of them would circle it and pretty much not directly say, but they just say, due to my background, they can't move forward. So I've had a lot of doors closed on me since then. Thankfully, I've finally gotten, when I focused and got into the IT field, I've been making good waves into my career. Unfortunately, the next step is a CJIS certification. And you guys are probably familiar with that. Unfortunately, the state won't grant that to me because of my felony, and I'm not sure if the pardon will help, but I'm hoping to get a pardon and go back and show them, hey, others felt I've, deserve a second chance. I'm made better with my life, and maybe open up an opportunity for that to continue into that portion. And also the biggest thing is my big thing is I'm extremely embarrassed with the felony. There's a select few of my friends that actually know I have it. Some of my family members don't even know I have it. I just feel like it was a part of my life that just kind of locked me down and been sitting there. And to me, I feel like by a pardon would give me a closing to a chapter in my life that I'm not proud of. It kind of shows again that others looked at where I've been, how I've grown from it, and it shows that I've well-deserved a potential second chance. So I'm hoping that everything goes well with this. And what I did reach out to the judge that was the sentencing judge back when he was still in his position. And I think we were looking at the expungement, but unfortunately, I believe the expungement laws, Wisconsin doesn't apply to felons. And it was at the time of sentencing that it had to, if it would have applied, it had to be applied at the sentencing hearing itself. And the judge was all in favor. He wrote back, said, I would love to do it for you. Unfortunately, he didn't feel that the law supported it and he couldn't move forward with doing anything further. So that was a closed door. And then when I finally found out about the pardons, it was the previous governor. And I don't even believe he offered any pardons. I think he kept it closed. So when I seen that the new governor was willing to look at pardons again, I feel like it was a potential to get that door and close it and just show a new step, turning a new leaf in my life. So that's my life. Hopefully it's turned out better. I try to do everything in my power to keep everything in the straight and narrow, not get involved with anything. I typically try to do everything right in life and trying to be an example for my daughters. Unfortunately, someday I have to explain my past to them. Thankfully, I got time to kind of prep a story how I want to explain it to them since they're pretty young yet. So, but I do appreciate your guys' time and listening to my story.
Thanks, Michael. Noble?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Purser. Just a quick question. One, have you heard from the victim in this at all? And if so,
I have.
Been like?
I have not. I talked to my uncle whose wedding is. He was actually part of the. He actually took and was part of the side of the victim. So I've made amends with him. I know part of the court order was I wasn't supposed to have any contact with the victim, and thus I actually didn't even know the gentleman, so I had no contact with him during the probation, during everything. And then at this point, I still have yet to have any contact with
Okay,
him.
so second, thank you for that. Secondarily, to follow up, you mentioned in your opening statement where, you know, with your family, there's drinking that goes on, and did you go through any kind of treatment, or what is your alcohol consumption, and how is that right now? And
I wasn't ordered to any treatment. I believe I have a strong will when it comes. I never got involved into drugs, and with alcohol, it's very limited. I mean, I won't lie. You know, when we go out with some friends, I'll have a couple drinks, but my big thing is I hate the feeling of being locked down. So if I go out and if I drink, I will not drive. And especially when I got my daughters now, I've seen too many people that have been with DUIs, and it's just not worth it. And if you get in a wreck and what you can do, I've had person actually drinking in my house down in Florida and crash over my driveway, and it's not worth it. It's it's no value in it. And unfortunately, I've lost family members to drugs, so it's another reason I stay away from that. Kind of last year, my brother actually overdosed, and my actual sister's boyfriend overdosed. She found down both of them, so she's unfortunately had to deal with the wrath of that. Thankfully, I wasn't around, so I didn't have to see it. But no, I feel like I try to strive that I have a strong will to stay away from a lot of drinking, and period drugs at all. But unfortunately, I want to say unfortunately, but fortunately, I didn't have to do any treatment for alcoholism. I don't feel that it became a problem with me, and by me cutting it out and then kind of staying away from mostly and keeping it in check. But I do have family members that are, I would say, born alcoholics. So I think that probably was a little bit to help kind of steer me away from that and see where their lives ended up nothing really. Alcohol destroys it. So.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jerry?
Mr. Purser, in your application, you are enthusiastic about wanting to become an EMT and how the pardon might help you do that. And you wanted to be an EMT and maybe an Army medic back when this crime occurred, when you were 20. How do you justify, and you said that alcohol has not been a problem for you. How do you justify wanting to be an EMT, but severely beating a man who is more than twice your age?
Fortunately, I have no justification. I think it was a very irresponsible decision in my life. It was a spur of the moment, and I honestly wish I could give you a good answer. There is no answer. There is no reason that I should have been involved. I shouldn't have done anything, to be honest with you. And again, I apologize. I don't have a good answer, but I feel that it was a really drastic mistake of my life, and at that point I feel like I've come far away from it. But I wish I could give you a solid answer. It was a huge mistake.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, thanks, Michael, for sharing your story with us. As if you heard me tell previous applicants, you'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good weekend.
All right. Thank you guys again. I appreciate your time for taking and hearing my story. You guys have a good weekend as well.
All right. Next on the notice, we have Patricia Ryan. So Patricia, if you wouldn't mind turning off or turning on your camera and unmuting yourself. All right, you've seen how this works, so now's your opportunity to share your story with us. So please proceed.
All right. I'm just going to read what I have just so I can be thorough and as concise as possible. I want to present my case, but in 2007, at age 17, I was charged with substantial battery. The date of the offense was June 23rd, 2007, and that day I was home with my newborn son at the apartment that his father and I shared. He usually left in the morning to be with his friends because he was not employed and would later come home angry and aggressive. That day he was angry and yelled at me for not calling back my job so I could return to work and for not having a car. Now, to clarify, when I found out I was pregnant, I gave the car back to my dad because the car was actually his, and I felt that I had to become an adult and fend for myself and for my son, since I had made an adult choice and had a child. And as far as the day of the incident, he was more upset than usual, but I knew that if I held on to my son tightly, he would only yell at me and he wouldn't hit me if he was in my arms. That day he took my son out of my arms and threw him into a pile of dirty laundry, and he began to hit me. When he finished, he grabbed my son, put him in his car seat, and told me he was going to take him to his mother's house where I would never see him again, and that he was going to also beat my dad because he hated that N-word. He was leaving with my son, so I ran to the kitchen to grab my son's bottle and the diaper bag, and in that rush, I dropped the kitchen knife. I picked it up, and in that moment, I picked it up and just assumed that if he saw it, he would stop hitting me and just leave me alone. I ran outside and I jumped in the back of the car and sat next to my son's car seat. And as we drove away, I realized what I had in my hand, or in the diaper bag, so to speak, and I threw it under the seat because I was scared and I felt very uneasy for having it with me. When we arrived to his mother's house, we struggled over the car seat, but I wouldn't let go of it so that he could take my son out of the car. And that's when he got back into the car, and he said we were on our way where he was going to beat my dad. And before I knew it, I reached under the seat and I struck him. And I understand the severity of what happened and the poor choice that I made, which I know has impacted many people's lives, not just his or my own. And I was actually hoping he was here today so I could formally apologize for everything that happened between us. By October 31st of that same year, I was told to accept a plea, which I did because I was terrified of jail since I had a newborn, and was sentenced to 3 years of probation. After my first review in January, I met my probation officer every 3 months and had no issues meeting all of the conditions of my probation, which included parenting classes, graduating high school, and maintaining a job. And I met all of those conditions fairly quickly and ended my probation early. Since then, I have worked very hard with the support of my family to turn my life around. On July 5th of 2007, I was hired as a hostess and worked for that company nearly 10 years, and I filled various positions while I was there. I would likely still be working there, and only left because my husband, with who I'll actually be celebrating 10 years with this August, he re-enlisted and transferred units within the Air National Guard. So we relocated, and when we did, I began to work part-time while my husband was deployed. And when he came home, I began to work full-time. And I have worked with that same company now since 2018. And that same year, I also received an associate's degree in education and graduated with honors. After that, when he came back and after graduating, I took a break from school when my husband was diagnosed with cancer to take care of him and my family's financial situation. And when he was finally in remission last July, I went back to school. I finished my degree, and I'm going to be graduating summa cum laude this upcoming August 7th with a Bachelor of Science in Education. I do intend on pursuing my master's degree later, but for now in the fall, I'll actually be enrolling in an American Sign Language program because I hope to support deaf students and their families within my school district and translate in church. And while I do desire to have a clear record, I know that having this charge carries a stigma which has interfered with mine and my family's lives. Professionally, I have passed all 5 of my state mandated certification exams and have accepted a position as a 3rd grade bilingual literacy teacher. I will be fingerprinted soon, however, and I'm simply praying that the school district can look past who I was then and give me the opportunity to do what I love. I hope to receive this pardon because my dream is to work with children and their families and give back to the community. I want to help students in Title I schools receive a high-quality education that will help them be successful in the future. I have worked tirelessly and encountered challenges along the way due to this charge, and I would like the opportunity to prove that I am more than my criminal record. I want to be the person that I hoped I would be many years ago, and I understand the severity of what happened and what poor choice I made. That being said, I have lived nearly half my life with this charge, and my hope is that the 17-year-old that made choices out of fear and foolishness 14 years ago does not interfere with the person I have become and will continue to be in the future. Thank you, and I will gladly answer any questions you may have for me at this time.
Patricia, Jeff?
Hey, good morning, and thank you for sharing your story with us. You're very articulate and obviously have accomplished a lot since then. Can you tell me what, if any, relationship you have had or have with the child you share with the victim of your offense?
I actually haven't seen him since. We ran into him at a laundromat actually one day several years ago, but he hasn't had any involvement with my son. We had a no contact order. After the no contact order, he continued to pursue me and kind of stalk me. So I filed for a restraining order as well because I just didn't feel comfortable with the no contact order. So I filed for a restraining order and we haven't communicated, we haven't talked. He hasn't seen my son since he was about 3 years old. I don't know where he lives. I actually tried to reach out to him through Facebook to apologize to him, but I don't know if he received the message. I haven't spoken to him and he has not been a part of my life since.
And I take it from those comments that he also has not paid any child support for your son. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's never supported us financially, or him, I should say.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Jerry?
Ms. Ryan, congratulations on graduating. That's very impressive. And your son, Angel, was in the middle of all this, right?
Yes, sir.
And how's he doing?
Oh, sorry. He's phenomenal. He's 14 now. He's going to be a freshman in August, which blows my mind, but he's the sweetest. Everywhere we take him, everyone compliments him. He's an amazing child. He was my blessing. Out of all of this, as awful as everything was, I wouldn't change a thing because I wouldn't have him if that relationship hadn't taken place. And I know one day he and I will have to have a conversation about his background and everything that took place, but he's very mature and he's a sweetheart and I love him to death. He's incredible.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Ryan? How is your husband doing?
He's great. He's actually sitting right next to me.
Good. Well,
Doing very
well, thanks, Patty. Appreciate you. I know it's not an easy thing to discuss, especially in this format, but hope you have a good weekend. You'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of this process.
Yes, sir. And if I may add, I did submit proof of everything that has taken place as far as my transcripts, my professional portfolio via email. I'm not sure if that was something that was received, but I just wanted to make sure that all of that was submitted. Otherwise, thank you to everyone here, the board, the governor, for the opportunity. I know that this has to be fairly tedious for everyone to sit through all of us and the paperwork. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, next we will, looks like we have about 3 more applicants here in this morning's session. So next person we'll be hearing from is Shirley Alexander. So Shirley, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on. There we go. All right. Well, good morning, Shirley. You've seen how this goes, so now's your opportunity to share your story with us. So please proceed.
Well, good morning. My name is Shirley Alexander. And I'm gonna have to go back a little bit in order to get to my crime. I married the man of my dreams when I was 20. I had 4 kids with him. And through the course of the marriage, I went through a lot of domestic violence with him. And I ended up leaving him when he started in on the kids. When he had jumped on my oldest son, that was my time to pull out the marriage. So I ended up leaving him. And in the course of leaving him, his mother used to babysit for the kids, for my twins. And when I left him, he wouldn't allow her to keep the kids. So I didn't have no babysitter, so I didn't have a job. So anyway, the kids ended up moving in with his mother. And when the kids moved in with his mother, in order for me to see them, I would have to go over there. But of course, you know, he was always violent towards me. Anyway, I met a person, and the person that I met was selling drugs at the time. And to be honest, I didn't really care about that because he was able to keep him off of me. You know, so when my husband see me on the street, he would always snatch me up. But when I started dealing with this man, I didn't have that problem anymore. And, you know, I continued to work a job, and some days I would sit on the corner with the fella to sell the drugs. I was sitting on the corner with him, and I was actually the one passing the drugs out, you know, and end up getting caught. I think they were taking pictures of us down the street from where we were selling the dope at. I ended up catching the case. I think I did 7 months in CCC. I did 3 years on paper. And I was still in the process of trying to, you know, after doing that, I didn't want to get back into that no more. So I still had to come up with something to be able to take care of myself and to get my kids back. So as time went on, I eventually went to school and became a welder, and found me a job as a welder, got my kids back. Me and him went back and forth. I ended up getting a restraining order against him. After leaving the school, I found me a decent job, found another man, and I guess here I am now.
Thanks, Shirley.
Selling drugs, it wasn't, for me, it wasn't the drugs, it was the person that I was with. That was what he did, you know. I didn't really care about that, you know. At the time, I really didn't. I was just numb because I wasn't with my kids, but I'm a different person today. That was 20-something years ago. And I really hadn't thought nothing else about it. I hadn't even thought about trying to get a pardon. But then I became a grandma. I got 8 grandbabies right now, and one of them is autistic. And I was talking it over with my pastor. It's like, well, I realized when she starts school, she's going to have a few problems. And I'm not going to be able to do anything because I got this felon behind me. So it's like, well, the pastor's like, well, you know, you could always apply for a pardon. And I'm like, you know, I hadn't thought about that, but I need to do something different today. Okay, so I'm like, well, grandbaby, because she's like, well, Granny, is you going to be able to come to school with me and go on my field trips? I'm like, no. But I'm like, yeah, maybe it's possible. I can make a change. So here I am with my pardon application. So I'm like, well, I can do this. And out of the 8 grandbabies I got, the oldest one is 5. So I still got a chance to, they ain't actually started school yet, as far as field trips and stuff. So I still got a chance. So with that being said, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
All right. Thanks, Shirley. Do members of the board have any questions for Ms. Alexander? Nope. Well, you did a good job sharing your story, Shirley. So thanks for meeting with us this morning. And as I've said a couple of times already, you'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right. Next up, we have Adam Betcher is our second to last applicant for this morning. So Adam, now's your opportunity to share your story with us. So please proceed.
All right, thank you. Hello. My name, sorry.
Nope, take your time.
My name is Adam Betcher. First, I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration. After high school, I moved in with my dad in Wausau to look for work. I was unable to find more than an odd job here and there. When my dad was in his motorcycle accident, which the doctors didn't expect him to survive, I had to move out of his apartment. I had 2 friends that let me move in with them. Through these friends, I was reacquainted with 2 friends from Anago. One night while drinking, we made the stupid decision to break into a business looking for food. After that, we would often get together, drink, and make the stupid decision to break into more businesses looking for money and whatever else interested us. I know the relationship was not healthy, but being included and accepted carried a lot of weight at the time. The remorse I felt then and still do today is not for the fact that I was caught, but for the hurt I inflicted both emotionally and financially on the business owners. I understand how traumatic this is, and I'm truly sorry for what I did. Since this time, I've chosen better friends, found role models that have helped guide me to become a better, stronger person that I am today. I completed my sentence and paid my restitution with no issues. I was given 30 days off of my jail term for completing 300 hours of community service. While on my probation, I started taking college classes and paid for them as I went in addition to working. In 1992, my son Nicholas was born. In 1996, I received full custody of Nicholas and raised him on my own. While raising my son, I worked and got involved with the local church. My son Nicholas and I became very involved with the church's Royal Ranger program, which is similar to Boy Scouts. I started out as an assistant and then was promoted to a Ranger leader for the 2nd and 3rd graders. While I was involved, I took training courses related to this program. In 1999, the business that I worked for closed. I then had the opportunity to go back to school. While raising my son, I was able to earn a computer networking specialist associate's degree. I had an internship with the United States Department of Agriculture and was eventually hired on full-time. With this position, I had to acquire a federal security clearance, which I was granted. This security clearance requires an extensive background check every 5 years. During these investigations, I feel a sense of anxiety because I have to revisit these convictions every time. It worries me that at some point, one of the investigators may feel these convictions don't warrant me being in my position. In 2005, I married my now wife, who was president of treasury management at a local bank. My wife has 2 children, and together we've raised 3 amazing children. Ages 27, 28, 28. Our youngest is a superintendent of a $107 million construction project. Our daughter is a medical assistant for a local specialist clinic. Our oldest son found his passion as a tow truck driver. He would call me every day to tell me about his next assignment until he passed away in October of 2021. I set a positive example for kids. I've encouraged them both vocally and by example for our kids to be active in the community, to think of others. I volunteer on my own with my wife and kids through Special Olympics, Relay for Life, the Women's Community of Wausau, the Mead Wildlife Reserve, and I've also been a volunteer fireman. I am engaged with the community, but I'm limited because of my felony background. Currently, I'm on my 4th term as treasurer of the Sunshine Committee at my office. I'm also of the Town of Virgin Board as a supervisor. As a felon, I'm not allowed to be on the ballot. I was voted in as a write-in. If anybody was to run against me, I would not have an equal opportunity to be voted back in, since I would have to rely on write-in votes. So I'm asking you today to grant me a pardon, which will allow me to continue giving back to my community and to be a full citizen again. Thank you again for your time and consideration. I apologize for the emotions.
Mr. Betcher, no need to apologize, and very sorry to hear about your son. Do members of the board have any questions for him? Jeff?
Admittedly, our records are not always completely accurate, but that said, it appears from the records that we have that you still owe $4,000 in restitution. How would you respond to that?
My restitution was all paid. That was the only way I would be done with probation.
Well, that's not necessarily true. I mean, Department of Corrections will often discharge someone from, I'm not saying you're not being truthful, don't misunderstand me. I'm just saying that sometimes people think that because they've been discharged from probation, that means they don't owe anything anymore. And there are lots of people who get probation discharged, but they still owe restitution. So I'm just trying to understand if you think that you paid it all because you got discharged, or you paid it all and you also got discharged. Do you see the difference?
Yes, I do. And at the time, towards the end of my probation, my attorney worked with DA, and he said if he pays $3,000, he's done. What the total amount was, I can't tell you that for sure because I don't know. But I know I've been making payments all along, and then at the end, it was $3,000.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Betcher? Well, thanks, Mr. Betcher. Appreciate you sharing your story. I know it's not easy, but hope you have a good weekend, and you'll be hearing from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of this process.
Right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, and then patiently waiting this whole time, Sherry Schrader, now is your opportunity to meet with the board, so please proceed.
Thanks so much, and I truly appreciate this opportunity. My crime was that back when I was around 24, 25, I stole gift certificates from the retail store I was working at, and I redeemed them at a sister retail store. I stole them from the one in Madison, tried to redeem them in Sun Prairie. I was recognized as not being who I had the name on the gift certificate as. I think the reason I did it was trying to impress my boyfriend. I was actively drinking alcohol at the time. I had actually graduated from high school as a functioning alcoholic. I received 2 years probation, which I did my best to complete. I ended up relapsing a lot. So my probation agent had me go to ARC Community Services, halfway house, residential treatment. I was on the bracelet and in ARC for 6 months. Since that time, I have had many relapses, been in much treatment, have gone back to school a few times. I have a couple graduate degrees. and even a certificate in criminal justice. And the main reason I want a pardon is because I want to show the population of people in recovery and mental health that there is hope. Especially with COVID, recovery has really taken a hit. I'm a clinical substance abuse counselor now, and in my current position with Journey Mental Health, I oversee 3 treatment court programs: diversion, drug treatment court, and OWI treatment court. On my desk right now, I have paperwork for our TAD grant application, and I'm learning about the core competencies, or excuse me, criminogenic needs and core corrections, whatever they are, for DOC. I'm here at Journey and I love it. And I love being able to share my story with my coworkers, with my clients. Just yesterday at drug court, I'm there every Thursday. I ran into a woman who was one of my clients when I was doing residential. I was a counselor at Hope Haven. So that's about 4 or 5 years ago. And she is now very sober, and she is a peer support specialist and recovery coach. And like, we hugged each other. We hadn't seen each other in years, and we both started crying. People were wonderful to me when I needed help getting sober. And throughout my time in returning to school and in all of my positions, I've been honest about I'm in recovery. And I just want to continue to be able to give hope to others. And, you know, I'm at Journey right now. I actually kind of sort of see myself working in corrections later on. If and when the Dane County Jail gets built, ideally there are diversion programs. I think we need to bring more treatment into jail, not farming it out. Anything that I would like to do with the Dane County Sheriff's Office, I can't do because of my felony. And I understand that. You know, drinking is not an excuse for what I did. I knew right from wrong. I thought I could get away with it. Obviously, I didn't. And in hindsight, my time in jail saved my life. You know, I know that. My back was up against a wall, and that's where I found my spirituality. That's where I realized AA could work, because my way wasn't working. And that's what I share with others. So I think that's it. Oh, yeah.
No, that's good. That's helpful. Thanks, Sherry. Do members of the board have any questions for her? Well, thanks for sharing your story, and thanks for your work at Journey. They're a great organization here in town, and I'm also very familiar with the ARC House. I would walk my little boy by ARC House, and the women there always just were wonderful to him. So thanks for sharing your story with us. And like I have told the previous applicants, you'll hear from us in about the next month or so.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Take care. All right, and that concludes everybody we have for our morning session, finishing up about 6 minutes early. So I'm going to make a motion to move into closed session for the purposes pursuant to WISTAT 19.851A D and F for purposes of deliberations considering cases before the board, considering specific applications, and considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories. Is there a second? Jeff seconds it. Anybody opposed? Hearing none.
Just joking.
Hearing none. We are in closed session, and I. Anybody opposed? All right. Welcome, everybody. We'll get started here in just a minute or two as people still are connecting. All right. Oops. Just have to get one more board member in. All right. Well, thanks everybody for joining us. This is the July 9th meeting for the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. Welcome. My name is Ryan Nelsestew, and I'm the Governor's Chief Legal Counsel and also Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. And we have a number of our Pardon Board advisory members with us. So what I'm going to do today is I'll do a quick round of introductions so you know who you're talking to. I'll also go through some housekeeping items and then also process, just so we don't have to go over it again and again. So first thing, in terms of housekeeping items, we are streaming this on both YouTube and Wisconsin Eye, which is Wisconsin's version of C-SPAN. And so if you can keep yourself muted until it's your turn to speak. Also, you can feel free to turn off your video until it's your turn. When it is your turn, we do ask you to turn on your video if you're able to do so. Once you're done meeting with us, you do not need to stick around. You can hop off. Pretty much everybody does that, so feel free to do that. When it is your time to speak, I'm going to be calling people up in the order that they're listed on the public meeting notice. And so for today, we will be starting for this afternoon session with Elizabeth Miller, then Phoebe Williams, so on and so forth. And I'll call you up one by one. When it's your turn to speak, you have about 5 minutes, give or take, to share your story with us. We want to hear from you directly and concisely a little bit about you. We want to know why you were convicted of felony, specifically what happened, what you did in order to get a felony conviction. We want to know what happened once you were convicted, and we want to know what's happened since then and why you believe you've earned a chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. After we hear from you, I'll open it up for board members to ask you questions, and then we'll move on to the next applicant. In terms of process, after today, we'll be meeting in closed session after we've heard from everybody, and the board will be making decisions on who to recommend to Governor Evers for a pardon. If you receive majority support from the board members present, your application will be forwarded to the governor for a final determination. If you do not receive majority support, or if Governor Evers rejects your application, you will receive a denial letter from the board and you'll have an opportunity to reapply in 18 months. And this entire process should play out in about the next month or so, give or take. And so with that, I'm going to do a quick round of introductions and then we'll go to our first applicant. So with us on the Pardon Advisory Board today, we have Nadia Perez-Reyes. She is the Assistant Deputy Secretary of the Wisconsin Department of Children and Families and a former public defender. We have Noble Ray, who is an implicit bias trainer for law enforcement agencies around the country and world, and also the former Chief of Police for the City of Madison. We have Myrna Warrington, who does vocational rehabilitation, and she's a tribal council member. We have Jeffrey Kremers, who is a retired Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge. And we have Jerry Hancock, who is a former county and state prosecutor and currently the director of the Prison Ministry Project. And so with that, let me make sure that we have Elizabeth. We do. So Elizabeth, if you wouldn't mind, there you are. So you've seen how this well, you've heard how this goes, so we want to hear from you first, Elizabeth, in terms of sharing your story with us and going through some of the questions we asked. So please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm attorney Ben Luchin. I'm here with Elizabeth Miller.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Miller. I am seeking a pardon today for a felony that I was convicted of almost 21 years ago. I was barely a legal adult at the time. I made a poor decision in selling 1 pill of ecstasy to an undercover officer at my place of employment. I actually knew the officer and his partner for several months. We never spoke of anything illegal at any time. Basically, I completed everything that I needed to do as far as jail time, license suspension and fines, and pretty much as fast as I could. I even had my probation terminated early. Since then, I've done counseling. I actually continue to be, I see a psychologist on a regular basis. I am prescribed medications for various little things, but I take them every day for years. I don't skip doses. Let's see, what else? I attended mortgage broker school, passed the exam on the first take, but the state of Florida denied me a license because of the felony. I've been denied bartender's license by the city of Mequon and city of Cedarburg. I've been denied to live in a condo by condo associations. I've been a paralegal for 5 years at one time. I've been in and out of accounting since I was 19. I've been constantly employed since I was 15 and a half years old. I'm ready to better myself. I want to be a CPA or an attorney or a mortgage broker or real estate. I am capable of doing it. I want to do it. It's time. And I'm hoping you all see that and agree with me. I also attended college for the first time at the age of 27. I have 2 associate degrees from Milwaukee Area Technical College, where I've earned a 3.9 GPA on each degree, one in paralegal studies and one in business management. I also am currently enrolled at UWM. I start on Monday, actually, and I am trying to earn my bachelor's in accounting. So we'll see. Hopefully that goes well. You never know. I might switch to law. We'll see. Currently, I've been working for a very large corporation doing accounts payable for over 2 years now. Let's see. I live in the suburbs. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment. I want to be more successful. I was once a homeowner. I should be a homeowner again. I am a 41-year-old adult woman with the brain to almost do anything I want. And I have proved myself, I hope, in the community's eyes, as far as rehabilitation, professionally, within my family, within the community. I attend temple and volunteer with them. Whenever they have events I can volunteer in. I was also denied. I've been denied jobs, obviously due to this conviction. I can't work in certain industries, especially banking and like hospitals and medical as well. Let's see. So I really would like to be pardoned and for all these licensing issues and housing issues, and to better myself, to better my life, to better my son's life. I want to be able to put him in more sports activities because I have a better income, to take him on way better vacations due to my more successful life that I foresee myself having. So you see where I am, you see where I want to be. I hope you understand, and who doesn't want to be successful, and hopefully this is the final step. That's the final giant speed bump that I need to overcome in order to be the person I know I can be. My family knows I can be. My employer knows I can be. And that's, I think, all.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Do members of the board have questions for her? Noble?
Well, I guess I should say now, good afternoon, Ms. Miller. A question, just for point of clarification. What was the relationship actually with, was it the arresting officer and you at the time that this occurred?
Great question. So the arresting officer, Luke Warnke, I still remember his name, and his partner, Mike is his real name. He went by Orlando, but Luke often called him Mike in air. They were regulars at where I worked. They were there actually, apparently to get somebody else for some way bigger crimes. They weren't even in the several months that I saw them at least once a week. We played pool. We would have adult beverages together. I've never gotten drunk professionally. That's a big no-no. And we never, we chatted about family or about, did the Bucks win yesterday? Just normal people conversations. Then what happened is Mike said, oh, Luke's girlfriend, she just dumped him. He didn't see it coming. He's really broken up. You know, can you go talk to him? And I'm like, of course, you know, lay it on me. So Luke went into, you know, a sob story, and I need something to make me feel better. And I'm like, well, what does that mean? You know, you got to be a little bit more specific. And he said, yeah, you know, like, you know, something for my mind, maybe some drugs. I'm like, well, you're in an establishment that's known for something like that. It's unfortunately, you're barking up the wrong tree, but, you know, sounds like this is like a, you know, one-time favor. He goes, yeah, just, you know, I'm like, okay, you know, let me see what I can do. No promises, you know, this is not my forte, but, you know, I don't mind asking around on your behalf. And that's what I did. And in his case, you know, I got lucky for him, unlucky for me. You know, he gave me a thank you by obtaining, you know, tipping me more and whatnot. And that was it. And I saw him, I think, for a couple weeks after that, because it took him about 2 weeks to, you know, bring the charges and come find me. But when he arrested me and brought me in, his eyes were all bloodshot. He couldn't look me in the eye. He knew, he felt bad. He knew that this wasn't the situation he was intending for anyone, especially me. And in fact, I almost wish I would have contacted him and got a letter of recommendation from him saying, yeah, you know what, you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, but we had to do something to get somewhere. Otherwise their efforts were lost on the whole, you know, operation they had going. So yeah, again, a bad decision. I don't do favors for friends. I don't lend money, especially anything illegal. Again, like, lesson learned. I'm not a young adult anymore. I'm a responsible adult. And yeah, this bee sting really has done a number on my life. And I think if Luke knew how far I've come since then, even knowing I was pretty much a really good person then, again, made a stupid mistake as a young adult, I think I would have his backing 100%.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Nadia?
Hello, Ms. Miller. Can you tell us a little bit about any like therapy or treatment that you've done over the past like 20 years?
Of course. So I've been in AODA counseling, and been submitted to random drug tests, which I passed all of them. I've been told that you don't have a drug problem. Again, like, wrong place, wrong time, but you have to be here. So let's talk about something. I actually talked about my love life and got some advice on that. Currently, you know, over the 20 years, I've talked to therapists, counselors, psychologists, psychotherapists, tried different medications for very mild mental illness, bipolar. I'm not going to lie or hide or anything. They thought it was depression for many years, misdiagnosed, blah, blah. So luckily for me, I have found medications that work for me, that my family, my friends, my coworkers, I even asked them, do I seem off? I've been feeling off, and they'll let me know, because I don't want to feel uncomfortable, and I don't want anybody that has to deal with me on a regular basis to feel uncomfortable. So I believe in my file, there is 2 letters, one from my medical doctor saying I make all my appointments. I care about my physical health as well as Dr. Brad Smith, who is my psychologist, or he's like a nurse practitioner psychologist, I believe, who can prescribe, saying that I also attend regular appointments with him as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right, well, thanks for meeting with us, Elizabeth. Like I said at the beginning, you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of this process, but hope you have a good afternoon.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
All right, next on our agenda, we have Phoebe Williams, which looks like, Phoebe, we just need you to unmute and we'll be ready to go.
Hello, my name is Phoebe Williams. Excuse me if you hear my kids in the background. I'm at the park with them. But honestly, I feel, looking at the overall situation I was involved in, was injustice. I feel this hearing have granted me the opportunity to tell the truth of my story after 12 years. I was trying to get out of that environment, which is considered pimp and hoes, wanted to turn me into one of his prostitutes. He showed me a way out. When he told and gave me the money and his car keys to purchase condoms from the store, which was my original juvenile offense that led me into physical altercations while incarcerated. During those years and present moments while incarcerated with a smaller stature, I was being harassed, bullied, and sexually assaulted by some of the peers affiliated with the individual whose car I had taken. Because I didn't agree with being a part of human trafficking and trying to get away. As a result, we got into verbal altercation that led to a fight out of anger and fear, my emotions. During my incarceration, I had successfully completed all courses and programs that was offered and available in court order to me. Still considered a minor and experiencing constantly bullying and strong arming. I was told to play or pay. I was attacked constantly from other criminals that was accustomed to the prison system, informing me that I was going to learn the hard way for not cooperating, and advising me that the correctional officers had deaf ears to my complaints. For an example, I remember several of the guards I complained to while in Southern Oaks Girls School before transfer to the adult prison system, such as Miss Blue, Miss Vanderstreet, Miss Davis. It turned out one individual, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to cry. It turned out one individual I had an altercation with while in Milwaukee Juvenile Detention Center in 2007. Last year, summer 2020, is the individual who shot me in Milwaukee, coming across my path. This individual is still located in Milwaukee, has not been arrested. According to detectives, they only have juvenile pictures in need of updated photos, which is why she haven't been apprehended. As a result of that, I chose to move out of the city of Milwaukee. I currently reside in Fond du Lac County for the safety of myself and children. I am no longer the same immature child who committed those acts. And due to my growth, I accept responsibility for my childish mistakes. And I ask that God give me a chance to become a productive member of society without a criminal record. Because, as we all aware, limits how far a person can go. And with jobs, education, a person can obtain. Since my release, I have had 2 children that I have full sole custody of. Excuse my background, I'm at the park with them now. They're my pride and joy. I have become involved in the community by becoming a volunteer with Circle of Success. I'm an advocate for Wisconsin Youth Alliance Program. I'm also an advocate for the Youth Justice of Milwaukee, sharing with the youth if they are listed as a felon. It will hinder them when it comes to jobs, houses, and employment. I expressed to them that I was naive to the fact having a felon on my record prevented me from various opportunities for employment as well as education. An example, I enrolled in school for paralegal. I always wanted to be a lawyer. However, I had to wait until I successfully completed my parole, as well as I'm not able to take the state bar exams. I didn't let that discourage me. I overcame a lot of those obstacles and challenges, influencing me of becoming engaged and more active in organizations in the community. I have expanded my education. I do have an associate degree in business and management. I became a CBRF. I'm certified in CBRF, which is a community-based residential facility. I pass out meds as a residential counselor. I'm also a youth counselor, and I'm a phlebotomist. I work with the Pastors United to get out to work in the community throughout the past and the present elections. I'm a people person. I enjoy kids, and I enjoy helping others and making them aware of available opportunities and resources. I also let them know that help is out here, especially in Milwaukee.
Thanks, Ms. Williams. Do members of the board have questions for her? All right, well, thanks for sharing your story. Oh, Myrna?
Thank you, Ryan. So, Ms. Williams, you kind of glossed over the human trafficking issue. Can you expound on that, please?
Yes, the guys, excuse me, let me excuse me with my kids. Back in, like I said, my original case, they charged me with operator vehicle without owner's consent. That was my juvenile case. But I was getting away from that guy. His name is Pimpin' Paul, and King David. They just got arrested from the stuff that they done to me and other girls in 2007. The feds had contacted me, asking me questions about what I have experienced with them. At that time, still to this day, I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to cry no more, but I feel like I shouldn't have been. That's where the injustice come from. I didn't know this man. I was 16. This man was 36. This is what he was known for. He is in prison right now, federal charges. And he got charged from 2007 all the way to 2015.
So were you a victim then?
Yes, I was a victim, but they arrested me and charged me for operating his vehicle without owner's consent, which is what led me to juvenile detention center. They also tried to charge me with prostitution because I took his $100 that he gave me and his car keys to get away, but they dismissed the prostitution charge because they said that I never had sexual contact with him. And these was officers, Detective Brown, in my juvenile case. I never had a right to face my accuser or Pimpin' Paul or King David for the simple fact that juvenile didn't have the same laws as adults. We don't, as a juvenile, you don't have a right to face your accuser.
Okay. And have you had a recent temporary restraining order?
I do have a recent restraining order because I experienced the domestic abuse with my children's father, who's 20 years older than me. But no, I didn't have to get one on those guys because I was already incarcerated.
Okay, thank you.
Barry?
Since you got off paper, have you had any other contacts with law enforcement?
Have I had any other contacts with
law enforcement? Yes.
Throughout the years that I've been out?
Yeah.
Yes, I have, but I have not had no criminal charges.
What were those contacts?
Those was between the domestic disputes that me and my kid's father had.
And that's all? No criminal charges?
I don't have no criminal charges, no other criminal charges, sir. My kid's father is 22 years older than me as well. He was controlling. That's which got me involved in empowerment. Wisconsin Empowerment with Women that deal with domestic violence.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, well, thanks for speaking with us, Phoebe. Appreciate your time and enjoy the rest of the afternoon with your kids.
Thank y'all for giving me the opportunity of telling my true story and telling the truth and listening to me. I've been trying to express this, but I have been expressing this for 12 years. I had a chance to lock these guys up in 2015 from Jasmine Poncho with Haida and other federal agents.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I appreciate it. And you'll hear from us in about a month or so in terms of the outcome of this process.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So next, we will be hearing from, let's see if we have Donald Grant. So Donald, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. If you have a camera, if you wouldn't mind turning on. If you don't, that's all right as well.
Okay, I'm trying to. Okay, there we go.
There we go. So now it's your opportunity, Donald, to share your story with us, and then we'll open up for questions. So please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Donald Grant, and I'm a father of 8, married for 15 years. I committed a operate a motor vehicle without owner's consent back in April of '99. First offense as an adult, and it's been with me ever since. I've been going through a lot in my life the last 9 months. I was a truck driver. I was a school bus driver, a Wisconsin coach bus driver. I did a lot. I had a lot of jobs on my resume. My mother, unfortunately, she passed 2 days after my wife's birthday, September 20th of last year. My aunt passed January 2nd of this year. And then my father just passed April 30th. So I've been going through a lot. And I wish they was here to see this day. But, you know, I'm gonna make it through. I committed a crime. I stole a vehicle. Well, let me retrace that. I bought a vehicle from a guy I worked with for cheap. It was a Cutlass, like an '83. Paid like $200 for it. I had heard that people was car dealer shop, I don't want to mention it, was retagging vehicles, what they call it, steal a vehicle and retag it, which is you get a vehicle that's cheap and you go steal one that's similar to it with the similarities that's nice and pretty. So that's what I did. And I admitted, I owned up to it. I had got 2 years probation, $900 restitution. And I completed that. And I've just been working all my life and just working and just waiting for this day. And I applied for a pardon back when, before, I don't want to say his name, but before Evers became governor. And I'm glad that he appointed a board members for this day, for everyone that he's been given pardons to or a chance to get a pardon. So I'm thankful for you all. And like I said, I just been working and just, that's it, working and waiting for the day to get a chance to for this day. And also within the last month, well, actually Monday, this past Monday, which I've been going to, I know you all know who Michael McGee Jr. is. I've been talking to him and he got the shop 414 Hemp on Burleigh and Highway 100. So I've been talking to him about if I get my pardon, I get my CCW, can I work for him? He said yes. So I told him I will let him know today what the outcome is, but I guess I got to wait a month, you know, whatever. Now that I found out we have to wait. So I'm going to talk to him, let him know, but I've been thinking about going and getting my CCW. I'm praying I get my pardon, so I get my CCW and go into the hemp or the hemp industry, you know, doing security. And me and my wife, we plan on moving out of Wisconsin maybe in a year or so, because our youngest daughter is in high school. She's a senior this year. Well, the following year she'll be a senior, you know, when school start back. So we plan on leaving Wisconsin. So I just want to have a new start life and just start over, you know, without no felony. And if y'all have any questions, if I missed anything, you know, or any questions, I will answer them.
Oh, thanks, Donald. I'm really sorry to hear about your losses.
Thank you.
Do members of the board have any questions for Mr. Grant? Jeff?
Good afternoon, sir. It's not a requirement, but most people submit letters of support with them, and I noticed you did not. Is there any reason why you didn't have any letters of support with your application?
I had actually asked a few people. I asked the employer at the time, a couple of employers, but they never got back to me. And I felt like the first time I had applied for my pardon was back when, about 9 years ago. And I had got the approval, you know, like I did today. And I feel like I didn't need it because I feel like, I mean, I honestly don't know. Like I said, I had asked people, but I'm sure if I would have, you know, really just stuck to it, I would have had plenty of letters of recommendation. Because I'm an outgoing person. I get along with everybody. Like I said, if anybody look at my job resume and go to any job I worked at, I guarantee you 100% they will say I was a great guy, hard worker, come to work. And I get along with everybody. I mean, I'm a good person to work around with, and I don't know why. As far as the letter recommendation,
Maybe you need to be more talkative.
yeah, I should have. I mean, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you, Mr. Grant.
But I guess at the time I was, like I said, I was, going through, and I don't know, it's just, I can't, I don't know why I didn't.
Okay. It's not required. I just was wondering. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nadia?
Hi, Mr. Grant. I'm going to follow up on that question just to ask you, like, who do you count as your support system?
My wife, my older brother, my younger brother, and all my family. And I'm sorry, one more thing. When I drove for my little brother, he had a trucking company called Black Tie, and I drove for him. He contract for Amazon, and I drove for him for 5 years, and I drove for Shepherd Logistics for 2 years. So between those 7 years, I drove third shift for the last 5 years. And my mother, I would talk to her every night when I'm on the road, because I'd be out there by myself in the truck, and I would talk to her every night. And she'd be worried about me. And then once she passed, I had to quit because I was out there on the road crying every night, driving the truck for 8 hours, crying, trying to deliver. So I had to quit my job and go to a factory job. But now it's like, I just talked to my little brother. My little brother, he, like I say, he owned Black Tie, professional freight. And I'm thinking about, honestly, going back to first shift and drive the straight trucks, because I don't know, the factory, working in steel toes for 8 hours on your feet, it ain't nothing nice. I've been doing it for 9 months since my mother passed, and I feel like I need to get back on first shift and just get back out, and drive, because I can't do third shift alone though. So like I said, every time I think about her when I was working, and it just was really hard. So like I said, I don't know. I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. It is very clear that your family is very important to you. So thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us.
I also got my mother ashes on my necklace too. We had her cremated.
Any other questions for Mr. Grant? Thanks for sharing your story with us, Donald. As I said, you'll hear from us in about a month, give or take, in terms of the outcome of this process. But do appreciate your sharing your story and your candor. And again, sorry about loss, especially with your mom. It's not easy.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It is not.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
You too, y'all too. Everyone have a good weekend.
So our next person we'll be hearing from is Shelly Metzger. So Shelly, it looks like you're up and ready to go. So you've seen how this works. So if you can share your story with us, and then we'll open up for questions. So please proceed.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shelly Metzger. I am 57 years old. I'm sharing that for a reason. I became involved in substances after separating from my husband. I became involved with cocaine, and then eventually that led to methamphetamine. I left our home and moved to a small town where I met somebody who dealt in drugs. And so I took a spiral for about 1.5 years with the methamphetamine, which led to being arrested. In 2002, I was arrested, and I was actually arrested many times. I was actually arrested 3 times, 3 separate occasions. My felony conviction, which was sentenced in 2003, was for possession of methamphetamine, which I was sentenced to an assessment, probation, 6 months of jail time. And from the assessment, I was led to serving some type of outpatient treatment. And I was privileged enough to have a probation officer who allowed me to serve my 21 days of outpatient treatment while I was in the jail setting. And I have advocated currently for this to happen with people in our area, because I feel as though I was given that opportunity, and that opportunity opened up my mind. And open up my heart, because during the 21 days, I obviously had a lot of denial issues. But my last week of my 21 days, I don't know what happened to me, but I became highly aware of the fact that I was going down a negative path, and I wanted to turn that into something positive. But by then I had basically used up my days for my outpatient. So I did request an additional time, whether it was, after or during my jail time, it didn't matter. And I was given 30 days of residential treatment. I walked in the doors and I will never forget it. I have many moments. I remember walking in the doors and being so glad to be back and wanting to learn what I needed to do to better myself. So after that, I completed the 21 days while it was 6 months of jail time. My last 30 days of jail time, I was given the opportunity to go to 30 days of residential. I completed that. And then I continued to attend NA meetings in our area. I became involved with NA. I currently have very limited attendance with NA, but that is because of my current employment. And so I can say that probably my biggest issue was not being labeled an addict, wasn't being labeled an alcoholic, but it was being labeled a convicted felon. I worked in a hospital setting and I no longer could, work there. I didn't know what to do with my life. I worked at assisted living homes. And so I decided I was going to go back to school and do something with my life. And I thought, well, I'm a convicted felon and I know that they'll take counselors with this on my record. So I decided to do that. And lo and behold, to my surprise, and I have goosebumps talking about it, my happiness, total complete happiness of literally knowing that this was my niche. This is where I needed to be. I needed to share my story of recovery from methamphetamine, and I needed to help others who struggled with not just methamphetamine, but with other substances and mental health issues. And so while I actually worked at a treatment center not long after I got out of treatment, and it was the same treatment center that I went to as a client. And I started to do my story throughout the state, and not asking for any pay. I just wanted to do it. And that's literally what led me to thinking I needed to go further with this, and I needed to do something with my life revolving around this. And so ever since, I literally have, I want to say, dedicated my life to helping others, because I don't think that we need to stay stuck in this negative spiral that we tend to put ourselves in. And I graduated in 2011 as a substance use counselor. I have worked at several facilities as a counselor. I currently came back, well, not currently, but about 5 years ago, I came back to my area, and I now work in a prevention office. So I've kind of gone to the other end of the spectrum there, and I work with kids and I work with families. I became a prevention specialist. I got that license in the state of Wisconsin. I currently updated my, well, it was in February, I do believe, this year, updated my substance abuse counseling license to clinical. I want this pardon, yeah, for personal reasons, right? But what a thing to input into my story, to tell others that you don't have to follow the path of being stigmatized and feeling stigmatized because of the labels that you've been given. And this, to me, was the biggest label that crushed me. You can move forward, you can do things in your area, you can help others. It doesn't have to stay in that negative spiral. And yes, I admitted that I did wrong. I've done nothing but been open to anybody and everybody that's asked me. I don't want to sugarcoat anything. I want people to know the reality. I want people to know that the justice system is out there to help you. I've had nothing but support from our local sheriff's department, our police department. I've had literally nothing but support from them. I had a very cathartic moment when I was able to go on a tour, even though I already knew the jail system. I was able to go into what we called the crow's nest. And I remember standing there crying, thinking, wow, I literally am here where everybody was more positive instead of being in the actual cells where it was so negative and it was such a spiral. It was a very cathartic moment. I'll never forget it. But I've done nothing but continued to want to improve myself and help others improve. I've served on, and I still continue to serve on many committees, coalitions, the Criminal Justice Collaboration Council, Health on UNN for our county, right? Just all kinds of things. I'm open to any of the questions that you may have or concerns. So go ahead and fire away.
Yeah, thanks, Shelley. Any questions from the board? I think you already made your case, Shelley, so you don't have to worry about questions. Well, appreciate your time with us and sharing your story, and hope you have a good weekend, and you'll be hearing from us in about a month or so.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
All right, so next we will be going to Howard Larson. So Howard, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on.
Unmute. Hello?
Yep, you got to unmute.
Okay. Has asked you to start your video. Start my video. Okay.
There you go.
All right. We got it?
Yep.
This is it?
Yep. So now's your opportunity, Howard. You're before the board. So share your story in terms of how you end up with a felony conviction and what's happened since then.
Well, my name is Howard Larson Jr. Raised on a large dairy farm. I got in trouble breaking and entering, stole some money with a friend of mine, and of course ultimately paid the price. And I ended up with 9 months Huber, 5 years high risk. My probation officer was very stern, Tom Sprecher, good man. He told me to do my 5 years and get out of town. So I did my 5 years. I left the farm. I went to a ductile foundry for 15 and a half years to more or less let the world forget. And well, the world might, but individuals don't. And when I tarnished the family name, that made a great disruption. The family name carried pride, and I took that and embarrassed them. So after the 15 and a half years in the foundry, I drove a dump truck. It was a good job. You're with good people, you're never alone, and you are busy. And I did that for 6 years. And then the foundry was having trouble with a mold line, believe it or not. And I was kind of a specialist there. And so they called me and I ultimately went back. After that, the bottom fell out. The foundry went up for sale. Legionella pneumonia went through, and I was recovering from that. And then manganese overdose, and that pretty much took my lungs. A bull broke my back when I was 19, and in my 30s and my 40s, it came back to haunt me. So now I am disabled. My son works for the state corrections. He monitors people with bracelets and such, issues warrants. And he's been a great push in this effort. And my grandson, I never dreamed I'd have a grandson. He's 8 going on 9, and he loves being a country kid, and I'm trying to teach him how. So, we do a lot of woods things. I can't get very far, but we do what we can. And I would like to, I have supplied for a family. I have provided shelter, a good living. I was lucky enough to get the world's #1 wife. She stuck through me through these whole 39 years. And I'm just ready to come back out of the light and be clean. You know, my boy, my grandson, I've got a reputation to try to uphold. It's personally important to not only me. And I guess that's about it. So any questions, fire away.
Thanks, Howard. Any questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Larson, this happened a long time ago.
Yes, sir.
1982.
Yes,
and
sir.
you have you've led a really responsible life, and you've gotten to where you are.
Oh.
So why do you need a pardon?
One, to make me feel like I'm whole. I can go down and vote. You know, my son, he's state and all that. He likes guns, and I can't, and I don't mess with him. The grandson, you know, he got his BB gun, and yeah, I would like to own one. Why do I want my pardon? Well, I think that's for partially making amends with the family reputation, my own reputation, my self-meaning, dignity, a reason to look somebody square in the eye, honestly.
I'll defer to Judge Crimmers, but I think you can vote.
You can.
As far as I know, a felon is not allowed, so.
In Wisconsin, once you finish your sentence, you can. But gun rights would be restored with a pardon, along with being able to serve.
Yeah. And, you know, gun rights, yeah, fine. You know, to me, I grew up with a 22. You know, you walk the marsh and you know, use your 22. To me, that's fine and dandy. I don't need no 50 caliber or whatever, you know. But I just want the freedom to do it and know that I'm not going to get in trouble.
Thanks, Howard, for appearing and sharing your story with us. Like I said before, you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome, but do appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
That's it. No more questions?
That's it.
Well, I've been a good boy. I've worked hard. I think I might have deserved it. Okay.
Oh, thanks, Howard.
Thank you, and I'll try to sign out.
All right, and so next we have Edward Kriegett. So Edward, if you wouldn't mind unmuting and turning your camera on. Well, thanks, Edward. You've seen how this works, so I'll hand things over to you to share your story with us.
No, why do I have to follow Howard? Okay. Yes, hi. My name is Edward Kriegett. I actually go by my middle name, Wayne. I never have used Edward. In any case, couple of months after I was discharged from the service back in 1975, I returned to Wisconsin after 2 years service, and I fell in with my old friends, the kids, young guys I grew up with, who, you know, in hindsight, I can say they weren't going anywhere. But again, they were my friends, and you go back to what's comfortable for you. But in any case, one day I went over, myself and one of the other defendants, Jimmy Williams, we went over after a day of shopping or whatever, we went over to Danny Morgan's house. And Danny was out of sorts or whatever at that time. And in any case, he expressed the fact that he needed some money. And we kibitzed for an hour or two and whatever else. And I'm just, taking it all in. But at the same time, I didn't say anything to change his mind about what the idea he came up with was to rob a bar. And we proceeded to do that. I participated in the robbery. I knew better. In any case, once that happened, I separated myself from those two guys. They continued to go on and do whatever they were going to do. Within an hour or two, I was apprehended at my aunt's house, who I was living with because my mom had died a few years before that. But in any case, stupid move, and I knew better. In any case, I'll move on to the sentence. I was sentenced to 5 years at the correctional facility at Green Bay. It was stayed in order to give me 5 years of probation. I had time served from being in the county jail as well. I ended up doing a year under Huber law in place of that. So how did that go? When I went in, I was angry. I was angry at everybody in the world, and ended up having an altercation with another inmate, probably 6 months into my time there. And after I disposed of this other inmate, I went back and sat on my bunk and resumed reading a book that I was reading. And at that moment, my life changed. At that moment, I realized I will never be in this position again where someone controls my life the way that it was being controlled at that time. And that's when I also took responsibility for the fact that I was mad. I should have been angry at myself more than anybody or anything. And that's when, again, my whole outlook changed. So I completed my sentence and everything, no other incidents, never had any other incidents with the law since then. I went on to get myself together in the sense that I've always progressed. Wherever I started off pumping gas after I got out of incarceration. I have been as high as operations or assistant operations manager for We Energies. I have done training and coaching, mentoring over the last 40 years. I've actually, when I relocated from Wisconsin to Arizona back in 2007, I started my own business consulting business. And that didn't last for more than a year or so. Unfortunately, the timing was there was the Great Recession. And so no one was actually hiring for those types of services. In any case, that's fine. I moved on. I'm always going to continue to learn stuff. So I moved on. I got my real estate license out in Arizona. I came back to Wisconsin in 2014, got engaged, thought I was going to be happily ever after. That didn't work out, but I, still persevered. I've worked in the insurance industry probably the last 4 or 5 years, last 7 years of my work life, because as of 2017, I semi-retired and just got out of the workforce on a full-time basis. But I, again, have, as I said, been coaching, mentoring, training. I'm a dad of 2, daughter and a son, have 2 beautiful granddaughters, 1 by each. I've gotten my health and life insurance licenses here in Wisconsin since I've been back. Again, I'm continuously, doing something to learn something new. And I guess all of this comes back, and to answer the question, why do I deserve this? As I said, I realized at that time I was sitting in my bunk when I was incarcerated that one mistake does not define my life moving forward. And that's something that I make sure I always tell people when I'm coaching or mentoring people. I'm honest about my past. I hear the stories of some of the other people here. I've never encountered those obstacles in terms of employment and things like that. And I've been honest. I've never hidden the fact that I have a felony. I've never hidden what it was or what took place. But I think it's because of my attitude and my approach in life, period, is that, you know what? I deserve better. And I put myself in a position to get better because I put in the work and the effort and the energy to, make some positive things happen. So, I empathize with the people that have struggled and go through these things, but I've never let it hold me back. I've never missed, an election. I've voted in pretty much every election for the last, 40 years or more. So, that's pretty much where I'm at. I'm self-sufficient. I'm a single man. I own my own home. You name it, on a positive note, I pretty much have touched on it.
Thanks, Edward. Any questions for Edward? Oh, you preempted us and covered everything. So thanks for your time, Edward. Appreciate you sharing your story with us, and you'll be hearing from us in the near future, but hope you have a good weekend.
I will. And you guys have a wonderful weekend as well, and go Bucks.
Yeah, that's right. They need some luck.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. All right. So next up on our schedule, we'll be hearing from, let me see here, Michael Soto-Reyes. Here, Michael.
Hello, sir.
You've seen how this works, so please go ahead and share your story with us, and we may or may not have some questions for you.
Sounds good. Again, first, I would like to thank everybody in the state of Wisconsin for allowing us this opportunity to write and for you guys to hear our story and give us an opportunity to change our lives from here. So this is huge for us, and I want to thank everybody sitting here and listening all day. In January of 2000, I committed an armed robbery. A former associate of mine and myself, we robbed the grocery store in town where I actually live now. I have no excuse for that. I don't even know why we did it. I think it was more of thought that it was a cool thing to do, wanted to impress people. I was naive at the time. Anyway, I was sentenced to 10 years in prison, 7 on extended supervision and 3 in prison. I spent time in Dodge and Oshkosh, and my last little bit of time I spent in Winnebago, where I was able to get a job and find a path for myself. I'd have to say that the prison system worked for me. It made me who I am today. I'm thankful for what had happened and the people that I had met. When I say the people, I'm talking the correctional officers that had an impact on my life while I was there. I was struggling to find myself prior to this, and they helped me. They showed me that there's something better for everybody. You just have to find your way, and I did that, and I've done nothing but continue to better myself. And just like Edward's story, I'm on the same path. I've done nothing but better myself since I was released from incarceration back in 2003. I completed my probation with absolutely no issues. I paid all my restitution back. I paid for the crime. I just purchased my first home with my wife last year. When I first got out, the same week that I got out, I went and looked for employment. I got a job where I had worked there for 13 years. I started at the bottom and worked and scratched and clawed my way up to supervisor, where the plant manager saw something in me, and I started working in the safety profession. After 13 years, I was approached by JF Brennan out of La Crosse, Wisconsin, to come and work for them as a construction safety manager, where I get to travel all over the country in the environmental division for them, where I go to different parts of the country doing PCB cleanups, environmental cleanups, building habitat islands. And I don't know if you know the job in Green Bay on the Fox River. JF Brennan did that for 15 years. It was a big job. I get to run throughout the country and make a difference. And that's what I'm doing. My felony is holding me back. I have been denied entry into, we do a lot of work for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and I'm unfortunate I'm not allowed on some of their sites due to my felony. I can't get into Canada because of my felony, which we do a lot of environmental projects up there as well. I'm currently in New York where I work. I live in Sparta, Wisconsin. I have a home here, but I'm working on a river in Messina, New York right now, doing a PCB cleanup, and I can't nobody can get across the border right now, unfortunately, but I can't, do what I need to do with that job site as well. It's holding me back. See, again, I've continued to do nothing but better myself. For me, this pardon would change a lot for myself and my family. Like I said, I've been married to my wife ever since I got out. I met her and I've been married to her. We had 5 kids. One just graduated high school. This pardon would help me out career-wise and my family a ton. It just would help me propel me in my career to that next level, which I'm looking to do, as well as get that monkey off my back. It's not easy. It's something that I'd like to move beyond. And my children know about it, and they know that today is an important day for me. And again, this opportunity is huge. So I hope that we can make this happen.
Michael, any questions for him? Jerry?
Michael, can you tell me about the weapon that was used in the armed robbery?
Yes, sir. It was, so my associate had a broken gun. That's what it was. It was broken, and he just covered it up to where you couldn't see the broken part of it. That's exactly what it was, sir.
And when you were charged, your address in the complaint is Long Beach, New York. What was that all about?
My uncle lived in Long Beach, New York. I just came back from there. I don't understand why they had that for an address, sir.
Were you living in Sparta at the time?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been in Sparta?
I've been in Sparta since I was 9 years old. So
okay.
I grew up here pretty much.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thanks, Michael. I appreciate you sharing your story with us and your time, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll be in touch in terms of the outcome of this process.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You guys have a good weekend. Thank you for your time.
All right. All right, next we're going to have Rakisha Grant.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. So now's your opportunity. So please share your story with us, Ms. Grant.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Back when I was a young lady, I was dating a young man and we were riding on a motorcycle. I fell off the motorcycle and I broke my collarbone. I went to the hospital. The hospital prescribed me medicine, which I found out then that I was allergic to. So I went somewhere else that prescribed me something different. I had used the pills for so many days and I had ran out. So I went to a family friend that gave me some more. And me being in the wrong place at the wrong time, the police were trying to get the young man that I was with. They pulled us over. Once they pulled us over, they found that I had the pills in a prescription bottle. It was the same type of pill, same prescription and everything, but it was not the same description of the pill. So in attempt to get the young man, they arrested me as well. I did 2 years probation with no incidents. Since then, I've had 3 children. I work in childcare. I'm currently laid off due to me having a background check and this coming up, so I'm not allowed to work in childcare. I have one of my little brothers isn't fully competent, I would say, and he has 2 small children that are in foster care. And I'm looking to try to help him out by getting his kids. So I'm looking to do something different. It's time for a change. My kids, they only know one me, the mommy that gets up and goes to work, come home and cook the food, and we go to the park, we go play, we do everything. My kids, once I had kids, everything, my world turned all the way around. It's like my world is, don't call me if it's not a kid-friendly environment. I can't come because there's nobody else but me. I mean, I'm their mom, their dad, their auntie, their uncle. I participate. You drop your kids off, they can play too. I love children. I was working in the daycare setting, but due to the background check and the felony being on my name, I'm not allowed to work in childcare right now. I'm looking to open up maybe a group home if I was able to have this all lifted. I'm just trying to do better for me and my children.
Thanks, Rakisha. Do members of the board have any questions for Ms. Grant? Noble?
Just a quick point of clarification. So you had pain medication, if I'm understanding this, that was not prescribed to you. And
Yes.
Okay. That's, I just wanted to just clarify that. Okay.
Yes, it was 5 Perk 5s with Tylenol. I had fell off a motorcycle and broken my collarbone. So I was using it as a pain management.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Jerry?
Ms. Grant, you're a certified welder?
Yes.
And do you know Shirley Alexander?
Yes, I do.
Okay, because she's also a welder, right?
Yes.
Right. And do you, your application mentioned District 4 faith-based initiative?
District 4 faith-based initiative.
Yeah.
I like to help out in the community. I'm that person. You need me, I'm coming.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you.
Noble?
I apologize, but I do have to ask this one other question. Are you currently using pain medication right now?
No, that was just for the time being of my broken collarbone. I was in a car accident back in 2019 where I ended up with a really nasty scar. I have a rod and 11 screws, and I vowed not to take anything. I'm going through physical therapy right now, trying to get myself together. I'm not taking anything.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, well, thanks a lot for sharing your story, Ms. Grant. Appreciate it, and hope you have a good rest of your day and a good weekend with your family.
Thank you. You do the same. Have a great day, everyone.
Thanks. All right, next we have, well, it doesn't look like we have Enrique. Doesn't look like we have either of our final applicants.
I didn't think they were coming again.
I didn't think they were either.
Oh, they were just on consideration, right?
Yeah,
Right,
they want-
right,
we were
right.
being asked to reconsider them or something.
Yeah. All right, well, then with that, it's time to meet in closed session. And so I'm going to do the same thing as before. I'm going to make a motion to move in closed session pursuant to WISTAT 19.5 sub 1 paragraphs A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning a case which is before the board, considering specific applications and considering financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Is there a second? Jeff seconds. Anybody opposed? All right, and with that, I'm going to move, we're in closed session, putting Wisconsin